Wolf's Princess, written by Cassie Alexander and Kara Lockharte. Narrated by Matthew Holland and Bunny Warren.
Chapter 1. Ryana heard a knock at her door, and she prayed it was real, even as she knew it wasn't. If it had been real, she would have woken up inside her rooms at her brother Damien's castle. This late at night, it would have been him or one of his people asking her to come help them fight the monsters that made it through the rifts between the realms. But if it wasn't real, she would hear Baron's voice shortly. She would know she was caught in another dream. A nightmare. One in which she inhabited her body and got to watch herself make the worst mistake of her life again and again, completely unable to stop it. "Princess?" asked a voice through her door, low and manly and hungry with need. And this dream version of her, the one she was trapped in, sat up quickly, snapping for her magical bird Leica to turn on the lights. She felt the thoughts her dream version was having, almost like she was reading her own story on one of Earth's ubiquitous screens. If Baron was outside calling her, then it must be possible for them to be alone. He would know. He was the leader of her personal guards, the Kagaroth. And back in reality, no matter how much she tried to pinch herself awake or shout that she should stop, she was never able to change a thing. The lights fluttered on in her dream, and a younger version of her, one she couldn't help but think of as hopelessly naive, ran for the door in bare feet, her wings streaming out behind her, with a smile on her face. "Baron," she whispered back through the door, just to hear his voice again. On the door's far side, he chuckled. It elated the dream her, knowing she'd made him happy, whereas the Ryana of the now, trapped in this farce every night, wanted to shriek and cry. "Don't do it! Don't open the door! Don't go!" she screamed inside her own mind, but the dream her never listened. "Open the door, Ryana," he entreated, and dream her, like the fool she had been, did it. Just a finger's width, to smile tantalizingly out at the man she loved. Had loved. Past tense. A mistake she would never make again. Baron smiled back at her, dark-eyed and handsome, with a sharp edge of a beard around his strong chin. "Come out and leave your Leica behind." He didn't have his helmet on, so Dream Her knew he must have something planned. "He does," Ryana pleaded with her former self. "Don't go." But Dream Her never listened. She saw herself wave Leica back, and then step into the hall with Baron, wearing nothing but a gossamer nightdress. She took his hand without thinking. "Where are we going?" she whispered. His eyes had a devilish gleam to them as he leaned over to breathe. "Out," against her ear, and it made her shiver more than the night air outside her room. She followed him, unable to believe him capable of any deception. She assumed he'd take her to some quiet armory or treasure chamber that only he had the key to, where they would be away from all of the palace's prying eyes as they pleased each other. Dream Her bit her lips in anticipation of being kissed, whereas somewhere on her bed in the now, Ryana bit her lips to stop from screaming. She didn't want anyone else who lived inside Damien's castle to know a thing. Baron led her through the palace, down narrow corridors and past guards he'd ordered to look the other way, until they reached the back of the building, with its vast garden sprawling out behind them. The night air was heavy with the scent of watchberry blooms, and it seemed like she and Baron were the only people out beneath the moons. The whole thing felt terribly romantic, especially as they turned toward her, taking her free hand so that he now held both of them. "Princess," he began, and Dream Her smiled at him encouragingly, even as she writhed in her own bed, knowing what was coming. "Come with me." His hands let go of hers and slipped around her wrists, getting tighter, with what she thought at the time was the possession of a lover. He tried to draw her further into the gardens. She hesitated. It was night, yes, but if anyone saw her here with Baron, he'd be executed right away. Her personal guards weren't allowed to take their helmets off, much less touch her skin. "It's not safe," she told him. "Let me be the judge of that," he said, pulling, giving her one of the looks she'd become used to, the kind she craved when she closed her eyes at night. "Perrin," she whispered, "one of us has to be the sane one. You're already at enough risk." "And yet I would risk more." He pulled her another step away from the safety of the palace. "Run away with me, Ryana." This was always the dream's worst part. When she was trapped inside it, Ryana was forced to relive exactly what his words meant to her and how they made her feel. That for once, someone wanted her, and not her power or her crown. That someone was going to listen to her and take her seriously, and not put her down as young or untested. And, more potent than anything else, that someone wanted to be with her. Not just any someone, but the man that she knew she loved. He wanted to be with her so badly that he would risk life and limb to do so. At the time, in this hellish moment that she was forced to relive every night, it felt like a stunning blow, like she'd summoned some magic she wasn't capable of controlling yet, and it had transfixed her, rippling through muscle, sinew, and bone. She knew she would be changed by it, forever. She took several deep breaths, composing herself beneath the moonlight, before gently taking back her hands. "Baron, my mother would kill you. There would be no place we could hide, and the entire realm would talk." "What do we care for that?" The dream version of her gave him a smile so fragile it could have been made of glass. The thought that he was willing to risk himself, right down to his very life, for her. It was the most perfect thing that had ever happened to her, until it became perfectly awful. "I care that you live," she teased. He took a step toward her, to stand taller than she was and look sternly down. "I love you, Ryana, and I would rather die in love with you than never be able to say it." Her hands fluttered to her chest above her heart. "Perrin," she whispered. "I love," she began, and then Laika was there, racing between them, a brilliant red streak sizzling with magic as she changed from the size of a sparrow into a creature bigger than a human. Ryana stepped back instinctively and gasped, turning to follow Laika's path with her eyes, and saw her magical guardian murder one of Baron's men, who'd been creeping up on them, one row of blooms over. Laika dug her claws into his shoulder and shook him roughly, snapping his neck. "Laika!" Ryana shouted, and so did other men. She felt magical powers rise and burst as Laika whirled around her, protecting her from her own guards as they seemed to attack her. She took a disbelieving step back inside her dream. "Baron, what is happening?" He looked dismayed, but not surprised, and the dream version of herself realized just how far away from the castle she'd been lured. Without Laika. No wonder he'd wanted her to leave Laika behind. Ryana drew her own powers to herself, readying to fight anyone who made it through Laika's increasingly frantic barrier, including Baron. "Ryana," Baron began, but she started shaking her head. Her guards, the Kagarath, wore terrifying-looking helmets, to indicate how vicious they were in battle, as they were never once allowed to take them off in front of her, so she didn't really know the men who were dying around her now. Not like she knew Baron. But if he'd managed to orchestrate this, after lying to her for years, then he didn't need his armor to be cruel to her. "Kidnapping? Ransom?" she asked. "Worse?" Tears streaked down her face as she attempted to strip her feelings away, like they were another entity entirely, like an outfit one might wear, instead of something innately possessed. Her mother was right. Feelings were an infection that caused weakness. "It's not like that," Baron said, sounding stern. He didn't even have the decency to be shamed. Ryana straightened her shoulders. "Then I don't want to know what it is like." The ongoing fight was making too much noise to not be noticed. There'd be no way to hide so many bodies, and here she was, in the palace gardens, barefoot, in a nightdress. The inevitability of what had happened, and what would follow fell around her shoulders like a weight. Every single person in the castle, if not the realm itself, would soon know what a fool she'd been. That she'd been gullible enough to trust anyone, to love anyone, to have allowed herself such innocent hopes and unsuspicious dreams. And even if she didn't die now, she might as well have, because she would be marked by this event for the rest of her life. Ryana felt pulses of magic inside the castle start up behind her and caught Baron's eyes looking nervously back. Leica hovered nearby now. The rest of the traitorous guards were dead or gone, and Ryana knew, looking at Baron, that it was too late now for both of them. There was only one way out of this. Baron was going to die, just like she had always feared, and they both knew it. He sank to his knees in front of her and began unbuckling the armor that protected his throat. He was otherwise unarmed, and Ryana knew she was safe because Leica was at her side. "Do it," he commanded her, like he still had the right to. "Kill me and reclaim what little remains of your honor." Ryana took deep, gulping breaths in her dream, trying to keep down both her panic and her bile. Tears streaked down her face, and her hands were weak. "Do it!" he shouted at her, grabbing her hands to put them at his throat. "If you ever had any true feelings for me, do it now!" She could feel his pounding pulse beneath her fingers, and she knew why he begged. Death at her hands would be infinitely more merciful than anything her wicked mother could dream up. "I truly did love you," he whispered, staring up, the light from the moons above reflecting in his eyes. "Don't lie," she whispered back, openly sobbing as she started to squeeze. Chapter 2. Ryana sat up with a start, finally freed from her dreams. She panted, staring at her bedroom's far wall while Leica hovered nearby. "Your nightmare again?" Leica asked. Ryana settled her face into her hands. "Always." Her guardian bird was an improbably magical being, and not even Leica could fix what was wrong with her. She caught her breath, slowly, wondering what she always did. How long would her mind keep torturing her? And what could she do to make it stop? "I'm sorry, Princess," Leica said. Ryana swallowed, mouth dry. "Me too." She slowly lay back down and turned towards the mess of books strewn on her bed's far side. What would she read now, until she could trust that her mind had given up and she wouldn't have her dream again? Leica brightened the room, sensing her intent, as she stirred her hand through the books and let the thought of reading calm her. Some of them were Earth books she was reading to try to understand her new home. Others were her favorites from the past, which Leica had recreated for her, and one of them was her new notebook. She tugged it out. It was shamefully crisp. It would take years to acquire the comfortable, worn look her old notebook had had, and maybe longer than that for her to recreate all the magical knowledge her prior notebook had held. Ryana wiped her face and flipped through the pages to where she'd outlined the ingredients of her latest spell, the thing that she hoped might let her finally sleep. Only it wasn't a spell at all. Just a name. Austin. She sat with the thought for a moment, calming down. He was one of the werewolves in her brother's employ. He was strong, both physically and emotionally, doggedly loyal, and ruggedly attractive. But none of those qualities were better than the fact that he was utterly unconnected to anyone back home. And what was better was that he seemed like he liked her. He always had. She'd written his name down a week ago, not to control him magically or any weird thing like that, but to firm her commitment to this course of action, to help make it real. And, as if to push her into his arms, she'd had a horrible nightmare every night since. Ryana flopped back flat and stared up at the ceiling. She was tired of feeling like a bad person for doing what she'd had to do, as awful as it was. She was tired, too, of feeling like a fool, beating herself up for being hopelessly naive. And she was deeply tired of being tired. She wanted someone else to be strong for her, just for a moment, even if it meant nothing long-term. Ever since she'd come to Earth, she'd kept mostly to herself, with only her own thoughts for company. But now that they seemingly hated her, she was painfully alone. But there was an answer for that. One short flight of stairs and a walk down a hall away. She got out of bed and pulled on a dress quickly before she could lose her nerve. Memories and men could be replaced. All she needed to do was be brave enough to try.
Chapter 3. It was midnight, the night after a full moon, and rather than being outside and feeling the moon's effects, Austin was killing his friends in a video game. "What the fuck, Austin?" His brother Zach muttered on their earpiece after Austin shot him in the head. "Lucky respawn," Austin gloated from his higher position on a wall, before jumping back down and using an in-game tank for coverage. He'd already killed Max, which just left Jameson. The metal-armed bastard was around here somewhere, and if Austin took him out within the next 5 seconds, he'd win. Come on, he muttered to himself, scanning the screen and the little radar window that gave each of them clues as to the other's locations. A red dot blipped. Jameson was nearby. Austin took his character into a crouch, raced around the back of the tank, and leapt onto his friend, cutting his neck with a knife and sending a gout of blood spattering just as time ran out. "Ha!" Austin shouted into all of their ears. He heard his brother grumble. "Unfair." "What, how good I am? Or that's the 10th time tonight I've beaten you?" "But not me," Jameson said with a laugh. "Well, you're harder," Austin said. "Because you cheat," Zach agreed. "Please, if I were cheating, would I ever let you win?" Jameson said. "That's exactly what someone who did cheat would say to play things off. You're too smart to win all the time," Max said. "Oh, come on, Max, you have magic eyes," Jameson protested. Everyone knew the bear shifter had to wear goggles all the time to hide them from people. "Yes, but I still suck at this, so I'm non-threatening," Max said, laughing. "Yeah, if Max won as often as you did, we wouldn't play him either," Zach added. "Whatever," Jameson muttered. "I'm not sandbagging." They all knew he could plug his cyborg arm into the computer, though. "He's not," Mills, Jameson's girlfriend, and their resident witch piped up from somewhere behind the man, loud enough for them to hear via his microphone. Austin snickered. He knew Mills was cursed not to lie. "In that case, good game, gentlemen." "That makes it sound like you're out," Jameson complained. "Yeah, I should probably quit while I'm ahead," Austin said, sitting up straighter and arching his back. He heard his brother laugh heartily. "When the fuck have you ever let being ahead stop you?" Austin groaned. "I'm wounded." "Not in the game, you're not. Log back on," Zach demanded. It was much safer to do video game violence this near the full moon rather than train, when his and his brother's tempers were so easily riled. But there was a knock at the door behind his back. Austin turned in his chair, wondering who'd be bothering him this late, especially as it was clear almost everyone else in the house was playing video games or was game-adjacent. Damien? "I'll be right back," he announced and set his mic down. He headed for the door, prepared to give Damien shit. The last time the Dragon Shifter had visited this late, it had been because he'd wanted to show Austin the ring he'd gotten for Andy, to make sure she'd like it, which had made Austin laugh like hell. Yeah, they were cute as a couple. But since they were mates and all, Austin knew very well Damien could have given her a ring pop and she would have said yes. Although, how often did you get to see a nervous dragon? Not very, he chuckled, remembering. "Buyer's remorse?" Austin teased as he swung open the door, fully expecting to find his dragon shifter friend outside, But instead, he found Ryana, Damien's beautiful, curvaceous, sarcastic as hell while still somehow being impossibly naive about Earth stuff sister, who, because God was a prankster, had rooms just one floor away from him in Damien's expansive castle. "Oh, hey, hi, Ryana," Austin said, trying to play it cool, hoping beyond hope that she didn't want to come into his room, which was a man cave at the best of times, but had recently verged into man cave with a lot of visible clothing on the floor, because Damien's magical cat, Grimalkin, didn't always separate whites and colors if you asked for his help with the laundry when you were a werewolf. "It's late, are you all right?" He stood just inside the door, trying to take up more space so she couldn't see around him. She seemed to consider this. Her pine needle green wings waved behind her as she thought. And today her magical guardian, Laika, had taken the form of a tiny red hummingbird that was nestled just inside her collarbone, which he could clearly see because Ryana herself was wearing a low-cut, scoop-necked dress, also green, a shade in between her dark green wings and her light green eyes. "I am," she said, like she'd come to a decision. "Can we talk inside?" she asked, gesturing to the room behind him. "Oh, fuck you, Grimalkin, for hating me so much." "Sure," he heard himself saying, taking a step back from the door, clearing a trail for her to take to the chair he'd just been sitting in. She stared at it for a second, and he realized it had a back, and why hadn't he gotten in some bar stools, something more gorgeous women with wings compatible while he'd had the chance these past few months prior? She snapped her fingers, and her magical guardian Laika made her the kind of chair she could use with her wings out, and he sat back down on his gaming chair nearby. "So, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Austin asked, trying to fight the urge to cross his arms. He and Ryana coexisted, nothing more. Of course, he flirted with her shamelessly, and he occasionally thought she tried to flirt back. But both of them knew the rules of reality as it currently stood. She was a princess from another world. Her brother was a very temperamental dragon shifter, and he, Austin, was a werewolf who liked to fight and who had a reputation for being a man-whore. There wasn't any way for their Venn diagrams to overlap, especially with the buffer of Damien's presence in the middle. Ryana took a moment to rearrange her skirt so that it cascaded down her knees and covered up her ankles, only allowing a peek at her red-painted toes, which matched her manicure, which matched her feathered guardian perfectly. She appeared to come to a decision and nodded, either to herself or to him, he wasn't sure. "Hopefully, the pleasure will be mine." Austin took a moment to really look at her while waiting for her to go on. He didn't get to see her sitting quietly very often. She spent most of her time in her rooms, which had been outfitted like the ones she'd left behind in the realms, and studied magic and read books on her own. So usually he only saw her during battles or eating dinner if their schedules overlapped. Or sometimes they passed each other in the training room. Behind him, he could hear Zach calling for him over the earpiece. And when she didn't say anything, he leaned back and grabbed the mic. "Hey, I'm out for the night," he said, and turned his entire gaming system off. "Sorry about that," he apologized to her. "You were saying?" Her smile tightened, then relaxed. "Austin, you know I come from extraordinary circumstances, yes?"
Ryana sat in front of him and braced herself. This was it. She would graciously offer to sleep with him, he would graciously accept, and then it would be the beginning of her making new memories here on this planet, slowly scrubbing away the old. Eventually, nothing else that came before would matter, and even if she ever did go back to the realms, no one there would ever worry that she'd come here tonight. Because Austin was a nobody, in a good way, Born on Earth, he had no subterfuge, no secret allies, and no one to tell about their escapade, lest her brother kill him. So, overall, he was perfect. And there was no reason on this world or any other for him not to agree. She watched his eyes trace over her wings and saw him frown lightly. There was a pockmark on one of them, from when she'd deflected a bullet meant for him. She'd saved his life, although it had punched a hole into her wing that had left a scar. He owed her. Yet another reason he'll say yes.
Yeah, Wings, I noticed you're not from around these parts, Austin said with a soft sigh, relaxing in his chair.
Time to be brave. You are part dragon. She pictured herself sleeping through a night, not waking up with a knot in her throat, crying, feeling horrified or ashamed, finding rest, true rest, in someone else's arms, no matter how briefly. The thought of it gave her strength. Yes, well, different places do things on different schedules. So it seems that on Earth, of course, I'm woefully behind in some components important to my future well-being. She crossed her legs and set her hands in her lap, doing her best to seem as regal as possible. Austin's head tilted, and he gave her a befuddled look.
I can give you more movies to watch, Ryana. Maybe even watch them with you if you wanted.
No, that's charming, though, she said with a nervous laugh. He is going to say yes. Absolutely. No, Austin. The reason I'm here is because I'd like you to sleep with me. And then she watched Austin. Suntanned, rough and tumble, never met a fight he didn't like Austin. Slowly go as white as the t-shirts that were for some reason littering his floor right now.
Excuse me?
He said, and blinked. Yes, immediately to terms. This was exactly how she'd hoped. She sat straighter and smiled winningly at him. This is an experience I desire to have, and so I am here, requesting your assistance.
No way,
Austin muttered to himself.
Did Zach put you up to this? Because if so, it's really not funny.
It was Ryana's turn to blink, and for the first time since she'd walked into his room, she had a feeling things might not go as planned. Which was stupid, right? Because her plan was flawless. His name was in her notebook. He was him, she was her, and they'd get together and get it over with. He would be the first in her no doubt many future conquests, which would erase Baron from her memories. Wouldn't he? No, I haven't told anyone else. I've just told you. Just now. She crossed her arms, and he rolled his chair back against the carpeting to be further away from her, a disconcerting maneuver. Although I have to say, this isn't how I imagined that it would go. Her lips fell to a pout. One of Austin's eyebrows crawled up to meet his golden hair.
And just what did you imagine, Wings?
She took him in with all her senses. His heart was beating a little fast, but it often did around her. All the more reason she'd assumed this would work. I thought there'd be a little more enthusiasm. On your part. Not mine, I'm plenty enthused. It is time for me to be done with this. And back on the path to sleeping without dreams.
You're serious?
He asked her. As certain as when Elif made the sun. It was an expression from the realms, and he squinted, getting her gist even if he didn't understand the reference.
When?
He asked her. Now, I guess? She looked around his unkempt room. It wasn't exactly like she'd pictured things, but, well, none of her experience on Earth really was. She'd always imagined her older brother Damien had gone off to a magical place to rule in peace and prosperity. The truth about Earth so far was much more prosaic and violent. So, she said, standing. Austin's bed was underneath that pile of clothing over there, surely. Somewhere. Let's set to... Austin shook his head, with his tongue dug in beneath his lower lip.
I haven't said yes yet.
Ryana turned to fully look at him. But you're going to. She hoped he heard the threat implicit in her tone. He crossed his arms.
Am I? Does having wings give you the ability to read minds?
Austin, she said flatly.
I'm not going to beg you." Her pride had limits. Ryana lifted her chin haughtily and arched her wings out, occupying more space. "Do you not want me? Because if that's so, I'm sure I can find someone else." He swung up out of his chair then. "You think you can waltz into my room and ask me to perform on command?" Ryana frowned, feeling herself lose power over this situation. "Yes," she snapped. "Why isn't this easy?" In all the variations she'd run through in her mind, not a one of them had ever ended like this. "Because I'm not," Austin growled. He didn't need wings to loom in front of her. He had a good half a foot on her, and his shoulders were quite broad. "Despite what you may have heard." Ryana squinted up at him. Clearly she'd pressed some button she didn't even know he had. "Fine." She folded her arms in on themselves and her wings back. Surely sleeping with one creature from Earth would be like sleeping with the next. "I'll find someone else. Forget I asked. Forget I was even here." Austin groaned and rocked back. "That's not what I'm saying, Ryana." She hugged herself. "Then what are you saying, I'm listening." "Ryana," he complained at being pressed. She took a step toward him, glaring up. She knew she was very good at it. It was a family trait. "Perhaps I've surprised you, and perhaps you're not interested. Perhaps you can't even make up your own mind. You are half hound, after all." She sniffed, then put her finger out to tap on his chest above his heart. "You have 3 weeks to figure yourself out, Austin. And after that, I will be taking my interest elsewhere." Ryana waited for him to say something, hoping he would. When he didn't, she whirled and left the room.
Chapter 4. Austin stood looking out the doorway long after Ryana had left. She hadn't closed his door behind her. Back in the realms, she probably had servants to do that kind of thing. He slowly sank back down into his gaming chair, so pleased he'd had the foresight to turn the entire thing off so Max and Zach and Jameson and Mills hadn't had the chance to hear what had gone on. Although if one of them had, it might have made it easier to believe that it had happened. Had Ryana Blackwood, a princess from the goddamned realms, just come to his bedroom in the dead of night and offered herself to him? If he couldn't still smell her in the room, her scent was so faint, but he was attuned to it from living with her. It was like soft moss, deep forest, and spring water. Without that, he'd managed to convince himself it was all a hallucination, that he'd been drinking too hard again. But no, he thought, taking a deep inhale. She'd really been here. And she'd really wanted him. Well, not precisely him so much as the idea of him. He paced in a small circle, trying to figure out exactly what had happened and convince himself he hadn't fucked it up. God damn his pride. He should have just taken her at her word, picked her up, and thrown her on his bed. Thinking about what he could be doing right now with her if he had was like a gut punch. But if all men were interchangeable to her, which made sense when someone was an actual princess, he didn't want that. Christ, he wasn't blind or stupid. Ryana was a catch. No, she was more than that. She was the kind of woman that, once they came into your life, you grabbed onto with both hands. She just made it very clear she didn't feel that way about him, though. Which fucking sucked, because for maybe the first time in his life, Austin wanted to be more than the sum of his cock. "I don't believe it," he murmured to himself. "Believe what?" Zach said from the hall. Austin jumped up and walked to his door. He and Zach had equal and opposite wings on this floor, and Zach was at the top of the stair. "How long have you been out there?" "Not long. Jameson just kicked my ass another 5 times. It's totally no fair. He sandbags with you and then slaughters me," Zach said with a suspiciously fake yawn. I was just going to go outside. And? Austin asked. And none of your business, Zach said, flipping him off from the hall. Austin lunged out, grabbed him, and hauled him inside his bedroom, kicking the door closed behind him with his foot. What? I'm not telling you, Zach protested as Austin set him free. I don't care if you're going out to stalk Stella, Zach. I only care about what just happened here and now, Austin said, indicating the confines of his room. What do you smell? Laundry, Zach tisked as Austin rolled his eyes. And Ryana. He gave his brother a pointed look. I know, odd, right? Did she come into your room while you weren't here? Zach walked over and towed a tangled pile of jeans. No, she just left, in fact. Oh, Zach asked, turning on him. How did you manage to lure her in? I didn't. Austin moved to sit down on his bed and indicated that Zach should sit down on his gaming chair and wheel closer, which he did. She came of her own accord with a business proposition. Zach snorted. Which movies did you tell her to watch this time, or has she been watching Shark Tank? No, Austin said with a frown, and leaned in to whisper. She wants me to take her virginity. What? Zach's eyes went wide as his jaw dropped. Shh, Austin said, waving his hands. I can't believe you didn't swear me to secrecy first. I can't believe you'd think I'd have to when the alternatives are clearly death, death, and more death, Austin hissed. Damien, Zach agreed, rocking back. Oh yeah, he'd kill me for sure. But she's not actually interested in me, she just wants it done. And she said if I didn't do it, she'd find someone else in 3 weeks. Zach sucked air in through his teeth. Really? Yeah. Well then, easy. Just wait out 21 days and you'll be in the clear. Austin opened up his mouth, but there were no words. His brother was being sensible, as always, whereas Austin wasn't. Oh, God, Zach went on. You're actually thinking about doing it, aren't you? Wouldn't you? Austin said, then shook his head. No, wait, don't tell me. I don't want to have to kill you. And everyone knows your heart's a block of ice. Zach frowned. I can't believe you're even considering it, Austin. Don't you get into enough trouble on your own? Can't you just go to another strip club and sweat this out? Austin searched inside himself. His life had a rhythm. Everyone who lived here trained hard, fought hard, and in the in-between times, they had fun hard. On full moon nights, he and his brother would go out into the forest and raise a little hell. And on moonless nights, he raised hell solo. Austin would go out to a few different bars he liked or a strip club and just be himself. He couldn't do the corporate song and dance the way Zach could. He was more interested in experiencing life, as defined by hitting on pretty women and going home with them, or fucking them in bathroom stalls. He wasn't hugely picky, and as long as he was getting off and they were getting off, who cared? Everything else was stressful enough. Even with all the training, he knew he might die at any time. So why not grab a little pleasure when he could? Especially from someone like Ryana. Oh my God, Zach said, watching him. I should kick your ass right now and save Damien the trouble. Austin made a low growling noise. I'd like to see you try. Zach answered him with a growl of his own, and Austin tensed at the same time as his brother did. While a fight the night after a full moon sounded like a really good time, them raising a ruckus was likely to attract attention, which was something that he did not want. No, he needed time to think, in private-ish. He shook himself straight and stopped growling. You can leave now, he told his brother. Zach reached forward to grab his shoulders. At least try to think this through, Austin. There's no possible way it can end well. You know that, right? He shook Austin's shoulders for emphasis. Let me hear you say the words. Fine, Austin said. There's no way it can end well. Are you happy now? Zach released him and stood. Not really, he said, giving Austin another glare on his way out the door. Austin watched him leave, sinking back onto his bed. His analytical emphasis on the anal brother was right, as usual. But that didn't mean that he couldn't get some right before he probably died. He stared up at a ceiling that was depressingly not spinning, odd considering how the rest of his world was. Even odder when he thought of the fact that he hadn't had anything to drink yet today. Not unless he counted the beer he'd drunk 3 hours ago when they'd started their game, which he didn't really, it was just one beer. For circumstances like those he'd just been exposed to, he needed at least 7 more. Maybe 8. Austin stood and went over to his bar, which included a keg of Red Stripe, and pumped himself a pint. His room was sorted out rather like a college dorm because he'd never seen the point in decorating. Everything he owned looked a little rough around the edges, worn in, kinda like he felt most times. He brought the cup to his lips, so deep in thought he hadn't tracked the acrid scent of it until he'd almost taken a sip. And then he cursed. "Grimalkin," he shouted, knowing very well that Damien's cat was always listening, if not watching him, and that it had very deliberately turned his keg of beer into motor oil. "Fucking cat," he muttered, setting his glass down on the bar. He grabbed his sheepskin-lined flannel coat and headed outside. He bounded down the stairs and straight into Damien and Andy, who were thick as thieves, setting a tinted note down on a table that hadn't been there prior as they grinned together. Andy saw him first. "Hey, Austin," she whispered with a smile, then put a finger across her lips to indicate he should be quiet. She was a beautiful girl, a bit delicate for Austin's tastes, especially in comparison to Damien's muscular bulk, and she loved Damien utterly. She had her own life and friends, and her own job still, even, which Austin found kind of bizarre in that Damien had an infinite amount of money. But most of her everything seemed to revolve around her mate, the dragon shifter. And the same for him for her. If you told Austin before this that a tiny girl was going to be able to wrap Damien, and his dragon, no less, around her little finger, he would have found a bridge to sell you. But now, looking at the two of them, Austin knew it was too late. Damien gave Austin a guilty look, which was probably the only reason the dragon shifter wasn't reading the guilty look that Austin could feel plastered across his own face. "I'm thinking about touching your younger sister, and not just with my hands, sorry." "Austin," Damien said with a nod. And Austin finally realized that they had luggage, and that there was a mirror behind them with a view of a hotel room, with windows that opened onto a balcony someplace where it was already daylight. "Where are you going?" he asked, instantly concerned. "Italy, at first," Damien said, reaching over for Andy's hand to give it a squeeze. "Things have been calm lately." "That's not a guarantee," Austin said. They needed Damien in fights more often than not. "I know, but nothing's guaranteed, really, is it?" he said, drawing Andy closer to him. "We'll only be a phone call away, Austin. All of our hotels have full-length mirrors and Italy's full of fountains," Andy told him. Austin inhaled to protest. They still hadn't figured out when the conjunction was going to happen. The astronomical event that would open up aligning rifts on all the realms, with likely horrific monsters pouring through to Earth. But he swallowed his words before speaking. Not because of Ryana. Okay, maybe some, but more because he finally heard what Damien had said. Damien's relationship with the dragon inside himself, who was a totally other creature and not Damien at all, was a tenuous thing caused by a curse. Damien was doomed to become his dragon eventually, and everyone knew it, especially the two of them. And while Mills had been working hard to figure out how to break the curse, she hadn't made any forward progress yet. So throwing a fit and making them stay behind and miss out on an actual vacation together would just be a dick move on his part, even if letting them go abroad didn't feel 100% safe. Austin forced himself to drop his shoulders from his ears. "All right then, brother. Have fun." Andy grinned. "We'll bring back souvenirs." "And I do mean it. If anything happens, just call," Damien said to him seriously, then looked back at her. Austin could practically watch a current pass between their eyes. If he kept watching this, he was definitely going to need more alcohol. "Ugh," Austin said, waving his hands in their direction. "Go already, your mirror's blocking my path to the door." Damien laughed, picked all their bags up in one strong arm, wrapped his other around Andy, and then pulled them through. Austin could see them reappear on the far side of the mirror a few seconds later, and Andy leaned back to wave furiously right before the mirror in front of him disappeared. Austin pushed his way through the castle's main doors with a headshake. Chapter 5. 15 minutes later, he was at his second favorite bar. It was late, so the clientele was a little sketchy, himself included. He fit right in. He gave the bartender a nod, and a red stripe appeared in front of him as if by magic, and/or the fact that Austin always tipped well. He took a sip of the beer. It was actual beer this time. And then turned to look around and see who else was still up tonight that he could get into trouble with. He spotted a friend he hadn't seen in a long time, Dominic. The rhino shifter gave him a companionable nod from across the room. Not that kind of trouble. Even this close to the full moon, his wolf had some self-preservation skills, and he knew that brawling with a rhino shifter would only be fun for about 30 seconds prior to when he would begin praying for death. He knew Dominic from his old pre-Damien and gainful employment days, after he'd left the Marines, when he'd spent most of his time beating other people up for money. Dominic never entered the ring, but Austin knew he'd won some sizable bets for the man before. Before he could get detoured into reminiscing, though. "Remember when I yanked that guy's jaw off? Good times." His preferred kind of trouble walked straight on up. "Missy," he said as she stopped just in front of him. "That's Melissa to you right now," she said, putting her hands on her hips. Missy had long dark hair and an angular face, with lips always on the verge of pouting, and she wore enough crystals to be a witch even though she wasn't one. Her lavender aroma had always smelled good to him before, but right now, not so much. Must be the remnants of the motor oil Grimm had tried to poison him with in his nostrils. "Where the hell have you been, Austin?" "Around," he guessed. Truth was, he always lay low the week before a full moon, and honestly, he shouldn't be out tonight so soon after one. "That's not good enough," she said, taking the seat beside him. "Buy me around and I might forgive you." Austin snorted. "Of course," he said, giving the bartender a nod. Missy caught him up on the local things he'd missed as he knocked back a few, trying to think beneath the thrum of her telling him stories. He managed to make the right sounds at the right places so that it seemed like he was paying attention, and usually he was. He knew his ability to listen got him laid just as often as his looks. But right now his mind was whirling, trying to figure out what Ryana's angle had been, why, of all people, she'd chosen him, and if he was going to follow through. The bartender kept them coming, and any minute now he was going to forget everything that had happened earlier in his room because he'd either drink enough or... "In any case," Missy said, quite sloshed herself as she put a meaningful hand on his knee. You know I live nearby. Austin did. He also knew her cats' names were Dawn and Dewdrops. He'd seen their names painted on their food bowls, even though the cats themselves had never made an appearance when he, a werewolf, had come over. And he knew that Missy's perpetually pouty lips looked good wrapped around his cock. Walking distance, she said, walking her own fingers higher up his leg, miming them going back to her place, as they so often had. It was a proposition which on literally any other night of his life he would have said yes to. But not tonight. He had shit to figure out, or forget. But he knew hopping into bed with Missy wasn't going to help. Plus, she was nowhere near sober enough to be making up her mind. No, he said, gently pushing her hand aside. Thanks, but I'm good. I know you're good. That's why I'm trying to take you home with me, she said with a laugh. I mean it, Missy. Sorry, not tonight. His words finally worked their way through her alcohol-sodden brain. If not tonight, then when? Austin looked down at her, unable to do that math for her because his own brain was half liquid at this point too. And shit, figuring things out with Ryana was like calculus level, and he'd only gotten through 8th grade before getting a GED. I don't know. She pouted, for real this time, and then stomped off, looking for someone else to keep her bed warm. Dominic walked over to where Missy had been, but didn't sit down. If he did, he'd break the bar stool. You gonna buy me a round? Bounty hunting not covering the bills? Austin taunted as he gestured the bartender to Dominic's side. The Rhino shifter was built like a cross between the Michelin Man, the mascot of the tire company, and Butterbean, the almost 400-pound professional boxer. Pale-skinned and bald, other than a dark brown beard on the lower half of his face, Dominic was always sharply dressed, held himself well, and, mystifyingly to Austin, had a posh English accent right out of Harry Potter. It was in high contrast to the size of the man, because Dominic didn't just take up space. He inhabited it, called it his bitch, and made multi-dimensional babies with it. He had to be that big to run bounties on other shifters. You know how it goes, ups and downs. Not all of us can be cushy bodyguards to billionaires. No one else knew Austin helped Damien fight unearthly creatures from other realms, so it was just as well to go along with Dominic's assumptions as the much larger man clapped Austin's back with enough force to make an echo. I wouldn't think you'd be out this close to a full moon. I'm not immune to bad decisions, Austin said, looking at the bottom of his drinking glass and wondering just how soon he could get back home to make one. Or not. He could just not somehow. Speaking of then, mind if I go for your bed? Austin blinked and looked up. Missy was in someone else's lap, and she looked like she'd snuck in a few shots on her way there. And he knew her well enough to know that if she saw Dominic chatting to him and then making a move for her, she'd jump on the other man to get back at Austin. Her current level of inebriation be damned. Sorry, man, but I do. He opened up his wallet and slid over $200 bills to the bartender, pointing at the bottle of Redbreast Irish whiskey behind him. Give me that, close me out, and keep the change. The bartender handed the rest of the bottle over quickly as Austin put his fingers to his lips and whistled loudly. Missy! He shouted for her like she was a bad dog. Her head snapped around, and she walked over with a sultry attitude, even though her eyes were glazed. We're going home. About time, she said, tucking herself against him. Austin gave Dominic a curt nod, and then wheeled the both of them out of the bar, the bottle in one hand. Missy was on him like an octopus the second the doors closed behind him, trying to climb him like a tree, kissing his neck and clawing his flannel. Cut it out, he warned her. tempted to just put her under one arm and jog her home. "What? Why?" she protested, walking faster to keep up with him. "Down to business?" she teased. "Yeah," he grunted, swatting her ass, because he knew it'd make her go faster. She laughed, skipped, and almost fell. He caught her and then gave up and scooped her into a cradle carry, marching her down the next block, her sucking on his neck and jaw, only letting her down to use her card to swipe them into her apartment complex, where he carried her up the stairs to her door. She opened it, turned to look back invitingly at him, and he reached forward and closed it on himself, trapping her inside. "Austin?" she asked. "Is this some kind of game?" "Yep," he told her, sitting down on her doormat, holding the doorknob steady in his hand despite her turning it. He tilted the bottle of Irish whiskey up. The bartender had left the shot glass pourer on, how kind, and started emptying it inside his mouth. "Austin, come inside right now," she demanded. He felt her trying to twist the door handle, and when that didn't work, she started beating on the door. "Cut it out, Missy," he said, slurring her name a little. "It's late. I'm just saving you from trouble." Because that's what you did when you saw someone running out in front of a train. You stopped them. But what if you were the train? What was your responsibility then? Didn't you owe something to all train kind? Shouldn't they have known better than to run out in front of you anyways? Austin listened for movement inside the apartment and didn't hear any. Missy had stopped trying to open the door and they were 3 flights up, so he knew she wasn't going to go jumping out a window. He took another swig of liquor, dialed up his car with one of Jameson's apps on his phone, and stumbled back down the stairs to meet it. He didn't drive himself home, the car did, God bless Jameson and all his toys, which allowed him to continue to drink freely as the devil on his shoulder fought with an angel who was shouting in from somewhere in the trunk. Ryana wanted him. No, she wanted someone. But maybe him, or just someone. But she'd come to him first, hadn't she? Because she literally only knows a handful of people on Earth. She was a woman. Of course she had needs. But why hasn't she done anything with those needs sooner? Didn't she know that werewolves had needs too? He sucked in air and fought not to touch the steering wheel out of habit. Right now, Jesus. Could she have picked a worse time? Moonlight poured in through the car's windows, even through the heavy tent, and it was like it called to the wolf inside of him. He only had to change on full moon nights, but that didn't mean that the beastlier half of him wasn't always there, and hungry. It wanted whatever he would give it and then some. Fighting, fucking. It did nothing halfway. He had no idea how his brother, who was practically a eunuch, coped. And at the thought of being with Ryana. Full speed ahead, damn the torpedoes and likely death at Damien's hand, it was enough to make him want to howl. The car pulled itself into the roundabout with the fountain in front of Damien's castle. Austin got out, left the bottle behind, and went inside.
Chapter 6. Ryana went back to her rooms, feeling strangely disappointed. It was an unusual sensation, one that had few corollaries in her pre-Earth life, and she didn't like it at all. Leica had left the lights on, so she could easily see the sum total of all of her current possessions: an empty bed, a plain desk, and several overstuffed bookcases. Her few magical mirrors were safely fogged, and there was a door at the back of her suite that led to the laboratory where she performed her experiments. This was it. On Earth, this was all she was. It didn't feel like much. Ryana swallowed. She wanted to be mad at Austin for not saying yes,
especially after he'd spent the last few months flirting with her so overtly. But maybe she wasn't as impressive as she had been once upon a time, back when she'd been a princess and had always had the trappings of power swirling around her. She tugged at the neck of her dress, like she suddenly found it stranglesome, and Leica took off from her shoulder, knowing what she needed: the safety of work. Grimalkin, her brother's magical cat, had created her laboratory much like hers had been at home, where she could perform her magics and regain the knowledge that was lost with her old notebook. She'd had to leave it behind with all the rest of her possessions when her half-brother Damien had pulled her over from the realms to Earth, saving her life during a battle. It was utterly unsafe for her to return, which meant that she was stuck. Here. Alone. She bunned up her hair and pulled her wings in, disappearing them inside herself with magic. As Leica hovered and found her dress's zipper with her beak, the bird tugged it down so that Ryana could step out of the swishy fabric and pull on a shirt and jeans, and then her work clothes, gloves, and a protective apron, which had panels of blast-proof fabric sewn into it. Her helmet, which was lined with protective wards, and had a panel of magically enhanced glass on the front, was already waiting for her on her workbench inside her lab. She'd started working with certain magics on her own in the realms prior to fleeing, trying to make the liquid metal portals which, unbeknownst to her, had once been used to attack Damien. With the conjunction coming up, she felt such a magical item would eventually be of use, and she trusted Damien's people to not betray him. So she'd restarted her work, even though it was hot and dangerous. Leica could recreate certain ingredients from her. Damien had helped her to order other ones, and Mills had sourced a difficult few. But it was in combining them over certain temperatures with one another repeatedly, while exerting her will on them, that turned them into something more. If they didn't catch fire. Or explode. Which they had done. Repeatedly. The whole process was just incredibly volatile. Kind of like a certain werewolf. Her gloved hand holding a glass beaker shook, and the contents erupted into flame. "Elif, burn it!" she cursed in her native tongue. Leica sat safely up at the top of a bookcase 10 feet ahead of her. "Are you sure performing magic right now is a good idea?" Her guardian was always concerned with her well-being, and entirely unsure about her efforts, seeing as Ryana had gotten herself injured on more than one occasion. Ryana set the flaming beaker down and put a lid on it to starve the fire of air. "Not in the least, but I need to do something." She couldn't go back to sleep just yet, not until she'd exhausted herself past the point of dreaming again. And ever since she'd come to Earth, she'd felt this hollow yearning. At first, she'd assumed it was homesickness. But now that she was months out from her arrival, she was considerably less sure. It was more like everyone else around her appeared to have a purpose. She trained like everyone else did, and she fought when they all went fighting. But it was not enough. And training and fighting didn't fill all of everyone's days. It was just that everyone else seemed to have someone else to spend their time with. Damien and Andy obviously belonged together, as did Mills and Jameson, and Zach and Austin got to leave the castle's compound frequently, whereas all she had were books and TV, and a world she didn't entirely understand just outside her door. It just wasn't fulfilling, no matter how much fun it was watching the K-dramas Andy had turned her on to, and sometimes watching those even, Goblin in particular, with its palace intrigue, fashion, and dramatic romances, made her feel even worse. Because then she got to see people living lives, albeit imaginary ones, that felt like they had more meaning than hers did. She didn't know what else to do, so she did what it felt like she could, blowing herself up a little bit at a time, or managing to make another dram of the shiny metallic liquid, because other than that, her only choices felt like dreams that made her want to die, or aching while awake. Ryana frowned and took her helmet off, her hair sticking to the nape of her neck in sweaty waves. "I'm heading to bed now," she announced. "Would you like me to sing you a song?"
Leica offered. Please, Ryana said, and the bird followed her back into her bedroom, trilling. Ryana dozed in a short, silky slip with only one sheet on, trying to cool off after her time so near the ovens in her lab. Was she tired enough to be safe from her dreams now, truly? She'd never know until she closed her eyes. She sighed, turned over, and risked it, willing herself to sleep deeply without dreams. A moment later, she heard her door crack open. The scent of wolf and alcohol washed in. Ryana didn't sit upright. She'd had people watching her sleep her entire childhood. Between her Kagaroth guards and Leica, it wasn't threatening. She was more curious why. She kept breathing in the same slow pattern, wondering just what Austin's game was. Surely he'd just look in, find her asleep, and go back to his own rooms. But no. She could hear him coming closer. It was like he wasn't even trying to be quiet. And then she felt her bed shift as he climbed on top of it, knocking books out of the way. And then he stopped. What was he thinking? She knew he was right behind her. She could feel the way the mattress pulled with his greater weight, so it was like gravity itself wanted her to turn to face him. She couldn't hear his breath, but she could feel it, fortified with enough alcohol to get her intoxicated. And even though her nose wasn't as sensitive as her brother's or the wolves', she could still scent a feminine lavender radiating off of him. Some other woman's perfume. Austin aligned his body with hers, making contact slowly from her back down, his chest pressed first, strong and broad, followed by his hips and his... She bit back a yelp of surprise at feeling his hard-on nestle between the cheeks of her ass.
Wings, you up?
He hoarsely whispered in her ear. I am now, she whispered back. Why are you here, Austin? She fought the urge to turn around and slap him. She knew Leica would kill him if she so much as snapped her fingers, so she felt completely safe. He smoothed her hair back from her cheek, and she felt the roughness of his hands against her neck. And while she knew she should be pissed, there was something about the contact that made her thrill. How long had it been since she'd let anyone touch her? He leaned against her with his entire body, and her thin sheet and slip hid nothing from either of them.
I'm here to give you what you want.
His voice was like liquid darkness in her ear, and it burned like the whiskey he'd surely been drinking, or the magical components which she'd earlier set aflame.
You want easy?
He asked, rocking against her again with promise.
I can give you easy.
Ryana blinked in the darkness. This was what she'd wanted, right? It was certainly what she'd asked him for. After all, she'd proposed going to bed right then and there in his room. They could do this now, and Baron would be one step closer to being a distant memory instead of the ghost that haunted her every night. So why did she feel so sad now at the thought of it? He rocked into her again, but now he was doing it to push off of her.
Jesus, my wolf. Fuck,
he muttered to himself, backing away from her as she finally turned over to face him, despite the fact the room was black. You've been drinking, haven't you? She asked.
I have.
Have you considered that maybe you shouldn't? He chuckled low, just next to her. He was still so close, just a hand's width away.
You don't get to tell me what to do, Ryana.
I'd noticed. There was something about the rumble of his voice that confused her. It made her both want to listen to him raptly and also tell him everything. A long silence passed between them then.
I shouldn't be here,
he said, finally breaking it. You're right. You shouldn't, she softly agreed.
And,
he said, while reaching out to find her wrist with his hand and somehow catching it at once.
You shouldn't want this from me.
He brought her hand toward him, placing it on his erection. She could feel its firm outline, hidden only by his jeans.
I am not the man for you.
He released her, and she slowly pulled her hand back as he also pulled away. I'm not a fool, Austin. I know, she agreed, even softer. She knew she and the wolf didn't belong together. That was the whole point of choosing him. She reached out and put her hand on his chest. But that doesn't mean that I want to be alone. He paused, and she could almost feel him gathering his will to depart.
No, not like this, and not tonight.
Definitely not, she agreed. As ready as she was to be done with things, she still had some pride. Another long moment passed between them, during which she could feel the slow and steady beating of his heart. Then she felt him move to sit up at her bedside. She snapped her fingers and magically illuminated the room, revealing a fully clothed Austin sitting right in front of a dangerously pissed-off bird. Leica had shifted up into the size and shape of a felleran, a mythical creature which their nannies used to threaten her and Damien with when they were misbehaving children. Leica's sharp beak was as long as Ryana's leg, all the better to snap bratty children in two.
Whoa, Austin said, sensing the danger he'd been in all along for the first time.
Ryana gave him a faint smile in this new light. And maybe don't sneak in again, for your own safety.
What the hell? Austin's conscience, mostly factory-sealed mint in box, started yelling at him the second he stepped into the hall. The girl just told you she was a virgin, you idiot, and you thought it was a good idea to haul your drunk ass up there and start to write checks with your dick? What the fuck were you thinking? He made it into his room, tossed even more clothes on his floor, and headed into his bathroom to take the world's longest, coldest shower. He was already getting sober, his shifter liver too strong for its own good. And the better it worked, the more he realized how badly he'd fucked up. Not only had he gone and ground up on her, but he'd somehow agreed to follow through on things. That couldn't be right. She must have just been saying things to get him to leave. But that moment when she'd put her hand on his chest, even in his currently freezing shower, he thought he could still feel its outline. That had felt real. And her big-ass bird had been there the whole time, so as threatening as he'd felt he'd been. Shit, in hindsight, was he? Really? It was one thing for Grimalkin to be an asshole who dyed his shirts pink, but he knew that if he ever really got on the truly bad side of Damien's cat, he'd be a goner for sure. Grimalkin would just open up a door to a closet that hadn't been there before, shut him inside of it, erase the door, and no one would ever hear from him again. But just because he hadn't truly been dangerous didn't mean he was off the hook. He'd gone into her room with intent. And his intent was to either fuck her and ruin things preemptively, furtively, in the dark, with enough alcohol on board to kill a horse, or to scare her off of him, neither of which had actually happened. Amazingly, and completely no thanks to him and his self-destructive streak. He dried himself off, remembering the way she smelled like forest moss and light sweat. And how come was that? It wasn't like she'd ever had to work a day in her life. When he went back to his bedroom, he found his keg on his bed, leaking beer. God damn it, Grim, he cursed, kicking enough of his clothes into a pile on the floor to use as a nest to sleep it off. Chapter 7. Klaxons woke him up sometime after noon the next day. He blinked, coming to feeling the familiar surge of adrenaline pumping him up before a fight. And then all his memories of the prior evening returned in full color, larger than life. He stood and realized his keg had returned to its prior location, at least. Maybe Grim was taking pity on him. He went to his closet where he kept the clothing he actually cared about, his black tactical gear, and hauled it on as quickly as he could before running into the hallway and smack into Zach. "Nice outfit," Zach teased, although he was wearing the exact same thing. "Fuck you," Austin muttered, following his brother down the stairs. "What are we dealing with?" "I don't know, just heard the alarm, same as you." And then ahead of them, a scream of horror. The werewolves looked to one another and then practically flew down the final flight. "He left me." Ryana's voice rose an octave as she held a folded piece of paper in a shaking hand. She was dressed in all black, too, her wings magically tucked away, obviously assuming she was coming along, which, if Austin had had a say, fuck no, only he didn't. And her fingers were clamped around the note Damien had left like it was electrocuting her. Austin slowed way, way down. Shit. "Yeah, I saw him and Andy leave last night. They wanted to go on vacation," he said, turning and announcing it to their growing crew as Jameson, Mills, and Max arrived. The bear shifter gently pried the letter away from Ryana and read it to everyone aloud. A note about how Damien and Andy needed a vacation, but everyone should feel free to call them at the drop of a hat. Austin jumped in when Max was done. Even though he said we could call if we needed him, I could tell he was hoping that we wouldn't. Or was that just him, hoping it very fervently now? Mills blinked and took stock of things. "Really? I think he didn't want to worry us. Or..." His words drifted as he glanced over at Ryana, who looked on the verge of throwing up. Max frowned. "Well, I suppose he is only a mirror's length away." "And Italy is full of fountains," Austin quipped, just like Andy had. "If this works, Damien, your mate is a queen." Mills seemed to consider this and nodded sagely. "True," she finally agreed, and Austin let himself relax. "What do you think?" she said, turning to Jameson, whose eyes had glazed as he tracked whatever it was they were about to fight. He returned his attention to their group with a grin. "I think we've got this. Let's let the lovebirds be." Not long after that, everyone but Max was saddled up inside the tour bus, their extraordinarily well-armed and armored SUV that Jameson had modded for them. But instead of what had become their normal seating arrangement with Austin right next to Ryana, just like he'd manipulated it every time he could since she'd arrived, she'd gone out of her way to sit on the other side of his brother. He couldn't say anything, but Zach noticed and gave him a pointed look. "So, what are we up against?" he asked, leaning forward. "A small rift, the size of a dinner plate, should be a fast job," Jameson said from the front passenger seat as Mills drove. "Why are we taking a full crew then?" Zach asked. "We weren't going to, but," Mills started. "Because of Damien," Ryana said in an irritated tone. Austin couldn't tell if she was peeved at him or her newly absent brother, but he dearly wished the latter. "Yeah," Mills agreed. "I think it's best if we travel in a pack while he's gone. I don't want to take any additional risks." "Fair," Zach acknowledged. "Anything more?" "Not really, no," Jameson said. "Just one of those weird ones about an hour outside of town." "Don't tell me it's in a field of corn?" Austin guessed. They'd been to rifts in 2 of those crop circle things before, and while most were born of drunken college shenanigans, he was pretty sure the last one they'd closed had been a pit of hell. "Farm, yes. Corn, no. It's in a cow lot." Jameson angled the screen on his lap so everyone sitting in the back could see it. "That's going to stink," Zach said, curling his lip. "What do cows smell like?" Ryana asked, sitting forward. Laika was draped around her neck, tail feathers on one shoulder, her neck on the other, her head resting on one of Ryana's breasts, giving Austin a baleful glare. "Disgusting," Mills informed her. Ah, just like booze? Ryana asked. Austin winced. Yeah, he was not in the clear yet. Understandably. They could scent the cow lot before they saw it, and it didn't smell any prettier up close. Mills took the SUV onto the dirt road that led to the lot's back gate and popped it open with her magic as they went off-road. The field ahead of them was immense, and the lot was bounded by distant warehouse-like buildings. It was dotted with cow patties, but there were no cows to be seen. I've got this whole area on blackout now, Jameson announced. And I called in a fire down the road just a bit ago. Most of the farm hands went down there to help, and anyone who didn't, Max can sweep up later. Austin looked in the rear view and saw Max's truck pull onto the road behind them. The bear shifter mostly traveled alone when he was carrying Forgetting Fire. It was safer. He took a strong left towards the distant buildings. Where are the cows? Ryana asked, looking eagerly outside. And Austin realized she'd probably never seen a cow in person before. Not an earth cow, at least. More importantly, where's the rift? Zach asked. Just ahead, under that oak tree, Jameson said, pointing. It was past the hill they were on, so they could only see the top of it. Mills aimed their SUV over the hill, and once they crested it, she gasped. There was, indeed, a rift there. A little diamond-shaped tear in the fabric of reality, hovering in mid-air with weird light pouring through. Jameson was right about its dinner plate size, and there was a ring of dead cows in a circle around it, with what looked like stab wounds on each of their necks, and with all of their bellies sliced open. He glanced over to see what, if any, effect that was having on Ryana, who'd put her hand to her mouth. And then she caught him looking. Her eyes narrowed. Mills parked the SUV and everyone got out, shouldering gear. Dead cows smelled even worse than live ones. But the part of Austin that was a wolf didn't mind. The sharp scent of so much carnage held a certain raw allure. I feel confident we can seal that rift, but what did this? Mills asked, stepping forward. Her hands were out as if she were pressing the air, and she was walking slowly up to the nearest cow. Hang on, Ryana told her, catching her shoulder. I have a feeling. Austin watched her scan the cow's number. All of the cows had been beef cattle, so their hides were tawny red, until she found one that interested her. Laika, I need a stick. Her guardian bird magically produced one, just as tall as Ryana was, and she advanced on a particular cow. Austin tensed. And then, when she whapped the cow's side, he almost laughed. It's dead, Ryana, he said, sure that it was. There was too much blood for it not to be. When something moved beneath the hide. Just as I thought, Ryana muttered to herself, squatting. She used the stick to prop open the wound on the cow's stomach. I see you in there. All of them heard a metallic shrieking emanating from the dead cow's hide. Ryana looked to Laika, who squawked at her. If Ryana's deadly serious guardian bird wasn't concerned for her safety, did that mean it was safe? Or that he should take the fool bird's place? Austin came up to her side just in case. What's going on? Laika, tell him he can come out now. Laika perked up again, translating. The shrieking began anew, and then Laika spoke to Ryana again, and she laughed. I don't care how warm and comfortable he is, he doesn't belong here, and he needs to go back, and tell him if he doesn't hurry, he won't be able to. Laika did as she was told as the rest of them gathered around, and a creature rather like a clear, gelatinous spider, but with far, far too many legs, emerged from the dead cow's side. It ignored all of them with what Austin assumed was its face, which was dotted with milky white eyes. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," Jameson said. "Ryana," Austin growled, ready to yank her back. "It's okay," she said, waving everyone down. "He's full now, aren't you?" she asked, and Leica translated. Being able to see the thing shrieking did not help, especially now that there weren't any cow organs muffling its tones. Ryana stood and dusted her hands on her thighs. "I saw the marks on the cows' necks. He bit all of them, drained half their blood, then started trying to figure out which one he wanted to nest in. We don't want that here, though." "Does any place want that?" Zach said, keeping his gun out but safely pointed at the ground. "Yes," Ryana said, putting herself between him and the creature. Austin moved around her to keep an eye on the creature. "They're quite rare in the wild, and they usually nest for years, quietly nurturing their young. They're distant relatives of our guardians, if you can believe it. That's why Leica knows its language." "How interesting," Mills said, coming closer to her side. "It looks like a space spider," Jameson said, edging back. "It kind of does, doesn't it?" Ryana said with a laugh. And Austin belatedly remembered that he'd told Ryana to watch all the Alien movies. Now he wondered when she'd watched them whose side she'd been on. Max strode up with his lantern of forgetting fire swinging at the end of a pole, balanced on his shoulder. "None of the men remaining saw anything or saw me," he said, reaching back with a hand to tap the lantern's side. Then he saw what Ryana was hiding. "A progenitor!" Austin heard surprise in the bear shifter's voice, but not fear. "I know," Ryana said, pleased. "Leica, please tell it to hurry. We need to close the rift so more creatures don't fall through and get lost." The bird translated, and the tire-sized creature bobbed as it listened. Then it shrieked back to Leica, who flew up in the air. "What?" Ryana said, startling just like her bird. Leica wheeled and grew in size much as she had the prior night as she cawed back to Ryana. Ryana gasped, dropped her stick, and reached for the gun strapped to her thigh. As everyone else cocked their weapon at the space spider, she aimed for the rift. It didn't fall through, it was shoved. The rift ahead of them, that had been so small and containable moments ago, started tearing wider, and men began pouring out of it. Ryana's aim, which had seemed so sure a second ago to Austin, faltered as her gun shook in her hand. But the man who was stepping through the rift just like it was a fucking doorway had no such problem, and Austin watched him lift a weapon at her. "Ryana!" he shouted, throwing himself at her and taking her down. He saw a flash of red wings as Leica launched herself at the intruder, blocking any attacks. A firefight erupted above them, but all he could think of was Ryana, who was eerily still beneath his bulk. "Are you all right?" Why wasn't she yelling at him, pushing him back, doing any of the things that would be like her? "Ryana," he asked her, holding himself up to see if she'd been injured. He didn't smell any blood, but shit, what did her blood even smell like? She was below him, stricken, her eyes wide as shots rang out both overhead and behind them. Austin grabbed her with one arm and hauled her over to where the nearest carcass could shield them both. "Are you hurt?" He watched her try to make a word, and when she couldn't, she just furiously shook her head. And he realized he didn't know if he could trust her. "Are you telling me the truth?" She nodded, taking a shuddering inhale. "All right, stay here," he said, looking around. He still heard gunshots. He peeked over the cow's side and saw Jameson and Zach both at the rift's edge firing into it, while Max guarded Mills as she performed her rift-closing magic. It seemed like they had it covered, so he stayed at Ryana's side. "Done!" Mills shouted, and a second later the light from another realm disappeared. Austin looked down at Ryana again. "Can you stand?" he asked her, and she nodded again. He stood and offered her a hand. "Are you all right, Princess?" Max asked, striding over with a look of concern. "No," Ryana answered him, and took his hand, not Austin's. God damn it. Austin looked her over clinically, trying to find any wounds he might have missed as she walked toward one of the corpses of the men that had come through. They'd each been hit by multiple bullets, and one had massive gouges down his chest from Laika's claws. Ryana stared down at the nearest body, then asked Max, "You see what I see, yes?" Max nodded gravely. "Unfortunately." Ryana shook her head and knelt down. The men on the ground all had similar armor on, black leather and metal breastplates, black meshed metal sleeves, and hideous faces carved on their helmets. Ryana reached for one and seemed to have no problem, undoing the many latches and buckles that kept it fastened to its armor, pulling off the snarling face of some unknown to Austin demon, and revealing a man underneath. "I don't know him," Max said. "Do you?" Ryana looked at the man again, and then at the mask, as though they were one and the same. "He's from the Lost Faction. They're Kagaroth, the Royal Guard, or they were," Ryana said, turning. She pointed to a spot on the man's chest where it looked like an emblem had been ripped off. "They're rogue." "Rogue Kagaroth? That's impossible," Max said, alarmed. "It happened after you left, Maximilian, when things were beginning to unravel. Some of them behaved distastefully." She licked her lips in thought. "Although honestly, now that everything's in chaos back home, who's to say they aren't all rogue now?" "What are they doing on this side of the rift?" Zach asked as he reloaded his gun. "I don't know." Ryana tossed the helmet on the ground. Mills made a thoughtful sound. "Will the forgetting fire take care of them?" Max groaned. "No." "Go get the truck. We can toss them in the bed," Zach said. Max grunted assent and walked away. "And then what?" Austin asked his brother. "Figure out shit later, at home." Ryana gasped again, looking around. "Did the progenitor go back? Did anyone see?" "Fuck, I forgot about that thing," Jameson cursed before full body shuddering. "Laika?" Ryana asked. Her bird flew back down from where it had been hovering to land on her shoulder, and its beak pointed at another cow, which Ryana walked up to, picking up the edge of the wound on its belly fearlessly. "Can you come help us, Ancient One?" The shrieking that made Austin want to cut off his ears began anew. "I know you're full, but can you do this favor for me? And then I promise you we will find you such a nice warm place to nest until we can get you back home." The space spider reluctantly emerged from the cow's belly, red streaks on its clear carapace, and went over to the nearest Kagaroth. "Yes, those are the ones. Please and thank you," she told it, as it unhinged its mouth to wrap it around the Kagaroth's boots. Austin only looked for long enough to know what was happening, and then decided he was okay without imprinting the image in his memory, and turned. "Oh, fuck no," Jameson said. "You don't have to watch," Ryana told him. Some of her spirit was coming back to her post-fight. Austin knew it must have been a tremendous surprise to see warriors from her home arrive unexpectedly. But he'd feel a lot better if he could get another clear look at her green eyes, to try to read what she was thinking. Max got out of his truck and saw what the progenitor was doing. "Well, that's certainly a solution," he said, then looked to her. "But it's still on the wrong side of the rift." "It's all right," Ryana told him before turning toward the others. "It can live inside a box they fold up quite small. I'll just keep bringing it to fights until we have an opportunity to send it back. I'll handle it." Jameson stormed over, angling himself so that he only saw Ryana and not what the space spider was doing to yet another corpse. "Ryana, you're a fantastic addition to our crew, but there's no goddamned way I'm driving around with a monster in a box." She finally spared Austin the glance he'd been longing for, and shrugged. "You drive around with him, don't you?" Chapter 8. They drove home in relative silence, all of them aware that there was a creature from another world nesting in an empty munitions box beneath the back seat. "Just how sure are you it's not going to come out in the middle of the night and eat our faces?" Jameson asked Ryana in the rear view. "Very. It had a large meal. It needs time to digest. A few years," Ryana said, looking pensively out the window at the passing fields. "Probably." "Probably?" Jameson said, his voice rising, as Mills set her hand on his arm. "Shh," she said before twisting back. "I think the next thing we need to decide is whether or not to tell Damien." Everyone in the car looked at Ryana, Austin included, leaning forward to see her around his brother's wide shoulders. Ryana returned her attention to her co-passengers. "The progenitor did say it was shoved, so that implies its appearance here was intentional. But I haven't known Kagaroth to be able to create rifts before. And even if they did create that rift, and weren't just acting opportunistically having found one open, why would they shove a progenitor through?" She tapped a thoughtful finger against her lips, apparently unconcerned that it was streaked with blood. "I don't know, really," she admitted, then looked around their number minus Austin again. He needed to apologize, and fast. "But what I do know is that Damien's not going to know either. He knows even less about the realms currently than I do, seeing as he left the longest ago, so I don't think it's worth bothering him just yet. And besides, we don't want to give him reasons to turn dragony, if we can help it. It's not good for him." Zach considered this and grunted. "We did seem to handle them just fine with the bullets you warded for us, Mills." The witch nodded. "All right then." "We're agreed," she said, then heaved a massive sigh. "What's wrong, baby?" Jameson asked, "other than the obvious that I am transporting a spider against my will?" Mills chuckled and reached out to rest her hand behind his neck familiarly. "People are going to think all those dead cows are from Satanists, and that's a shame. I know a few. They're nice people." Usually Austin stuck around in the garage to help restock the tour bus, but this time he didn't. He followed Ryana straight inside the castle and didn't care who saw. "Wings," he said, trotting up the stairs after her. She had the box they'd put the creature in beneath one arm. "Wings, I need to apologize." She stopped halfway up the flight and didn't look back at him. "Yes." He walked up until he was in front of her, blocking her path, and able to see the closed door behind her. Any one of the other numerous people who also lived in this house could just walk right through at any moment. "I am sorry. I'd like to make excuses for myself, but I know there are none." Ryana nodded while looking at something about a foot to the right of his boots, which was apparently intensely interesting. "Go on." "And I meant what I said." Austin looked over her shoulder at the still closed door. "I am not the right man for you," he whispered. Her green eyes finally flashed up at him. "And I meant what I said, that you are good enough for now." He sharply inhaled. That's all this was, of course, all that she wanted. One ride on him and she'd be finished. Pride and hope waged a battle inside him, and, surprising even himself, pride won. He ran his hands through his hair. Look, fine. Let me take you out with me tonight, and I'll show you why even that's a bad idea, okay? She considered it for a moment, then agreed. Time and attire? Austin swallowed. Midnight. And anything. Just no feathers. I don't have feathers, she said with a pout. You know what I mean, he said. She sniffed as she sidestepped around him, and Austin paused to watch the hypnotic sway of her hips as she walked up to her floor. If there's a god who watches over dragons, help save her from me, 'cause I'm sure as hell not that strong.
Ryana returned to her rooms in dismay. Of course the wolf didn't want her. He'd only come to her the prior night under the influence of alcohol, after his earlier refusal. Probably after taking another woman to bed with the way he stank. Did she somehow think she was more appealing now, covered in cow blood and scented with waste? There were sticks of straw in her hair, she knew. She could feel them jabbing her scalp the whole way home, but she hadn't wanted to pull them out. Because part of her thought she deserved them. She put the box with the progenitor in front of her oven's hearth, where it'd be comfortable, and sat atop it. She'd recognized each of the men who'd come through the rift by their helmets. The one she'd unmasked was Dragor. It was the first time she'd seen his face, and she'd once been so sure of his loyalty she'd had him pass notes from her to Baron. Of all of their loyalty. They made sure her entire life that she'd had no reason to doubt it. When she was a little girl playing hide-and-seek with Damien, there were Kagarath at her side. When she was older, Kagarath followed her in her garden, listening to her sing girlish songs to herself as she harvested watchberries, fruit with short-lived hallucinogenic properties that helped you pass the time. And they kept guard over her and her girlfriends once they'd taken the berries, their stern and upright presence in stark contrast to the passel of maniacally laughing girls writhing at their feet. And when she was older yet, she'd given her heart to a Kagarath, and he'd held it in his armored fist and crushed it. Kagarath weren't supposed to ever take their helmets off. They were barely supposed to talk. And so, when Baron did both in front of her years ago, she was taken aback. All of her mother's warnings about maintaining dignity and perpetually royal behavior fell by the wayside. After all, how could the same Kagarath who'd watched her grow up, loyal to nothing but the throne her mother possessed, ever be interested in betraying her? How little did she know. In hindsight, she'd been an easy target. The Kagarath came and went as they pleased and controlled their own schedules, and it was nothing for Baron to arrange to be alone in hallways with her, or the only one on guard inside her lab. She was certain now that all his squad was in on her attempted kidnapping, but afterwards she never knew precisely where Baron had stood. Had they drawn lots? Had he gotten shortest straw, so it was up to him to break her heart? The worst of it was that, while it was happening, she didn't mind. All she knew at the beginning was that he showed a kindly interest, and at the level of her station, for all of the palace's attendants that surrounded her, very few had time or were brave enough to interact. She'd aged out of childish games and most childhood friends, and by the time the few suitors who her mother allowed arrived, it was already too late. She thought she was Baron's. The only person who claimed to want her for her, who made her feel like she was worthy of love that didn't come attached to her station. She'd made a devastating mistake, and now she was here on Earth, begging a wolf to be interested. "Princess?" Leica asked, spinning her head down on a long neck to peer up at her wet eyes. Her guardian ran her head alongside Ryana's cheek, brushing away the first tears that had escaped. "Don't cry. I'm sure it was a coincidence. I do not think we'll see their like again." Ryana savagely wiped her other cheek, where Leica hadn't nuzzled her. "I hope you're right. But just in case you're not Leica, I will need a bigger lab." Ryana spent the rest of the afternoon adjusting the size of her laboratory so it ate up most of her living space, communicating with Leica and Grimm in turn. If Kagarath were truly coming to Earth on purpose, she was going to have to recreate some of her old magics from scratch, and they required more elaborate preparation and longer furnace time. She dearly wished she had her powerful old notebooks with the formulas she was trying to recreate, but she'd barely escaped the war happening back home with her life. She hadn't gotten to bring anything through with her but the heart of the dragon, the crystalline heart that represented her brother's curse, and Leica. Once her new laboratory was set up, she took a shower, finally pulling all the straw bits out of her hair. She wished Austin had given her more detailed instructions. In the realms, she'd never dream of asking anyone anywhere without letting them know what was expected of them, if it was not obvious by the time of the event or the company they knew they'd be keeping. But what did women on Earth wear to go out? And where were they going? She supposed she could just go up to his room and ask him, but he'd probably just try to dissuade her again, and she wasn't sure her pride could handle the blow. His body had wanted her last night, yes, but he hadn't been in his right mind then. It couldn't be trusted. And honestly, neither could she. She needed the worst mistake of her life to be firmly in her past. She could never let herself fall for someone ever again. If she was going to do this thing with Austin in a desperate attempt to feel less alone, she had to do it analytically. She would get what she wanted out of it, no more and no less. Because from here on out, she would never listen to her heart again. Hearts could lie, but princesses needed to deal in truth. Chapter 9. Austin knocked on her door at 12:01, and she went to answer it. She decided on a tight black sheath dress with a low top that hid nothing, accessorized with a wide red belt and high red heels. The footwear on Earth was so uncomfortable, but also so attractive. Her hair was up in a twist, and Leica had turned herself into a tiny red hummingbird that looked like a feathered hairpin to hold it up, and of course her own wings were magically hidden. She opened up the door to Austin wearing a suit, which was as surprising to her as she apparently was to him. He took an appreciative step back and muttered, "God damn, wings." Ryana tilted her head at what was obviously a compliment. "Thank you. I'm ready." "I'll say," he said, backing up so she could come out. He offered her his arm on the stair like a gentleman, and she took it, slowly descending as he did. Zach spotted them as they were coming down to the first floor, as he walked from one of the castle's grand parlors towards the kitchen. He then pinched the bridge of his nose, shaking his head as he walked away. "What was that about?" Ryana asked, peering after him when they reached the foyer. "He doesn't trust my intentions towards you," Austin said, walking forward. "Which are?" "Currently, making you realize what a horrible decision you've made," he said, holding the front door wide. She bit back a sigh. His particular car was waiting outside. She'd seen it in the garage before, something called a Jeep. "Betsy, Ryana, Betsy," he said by way of introduction. "Do you name all your vehicles?" "Only the ones that matter to me," Austin said, giving her an easy smile. Then he looked between Betsy and her with a little bit of horror as she noticed it was missing half its top. "Oh, hey, wait, Wings. I'm not used to taking company. Let me go get her cover on." Ryana took a step forward, gathering that he got to ride in this vehicle just as it was. "We can ride without the top?" "Yeah, but it'll ruin your hair," Austin warned her. She waved his concern away. "You underestimate Leica," she said, turning her head to point to the bird in it. "And I want to," she said. Her only trips to the outside world so far had been in the SUV, which had windows tinted so heavily they were almost impossible to see through. "Well, all right then, sure," he said, opening up the Jeep's passenger door. "And tell Leica not to come out, no matter what. We don't have any forgetting fire, and you're safe with me tonight." "That's a matter of opinion, isn't it?" she said, getting inside the vehicle. "Not really, no." He held the door open, looking down at her. "I died before I let anything happen to you." Ryana felt a flush build that she didn't want to let him see. Because Damien would kill you. It was the obvious response, and it was true. Sure, Wings, he said softly, and closed the door on her. Air. So much air, swooshing by. She put her hands up and felt it rush through her fingers, and she wished she could unfurl her wings to feel it. The air made it too loud for them to have conversation, but she didn't want that anyhow. This was her first time truly free of Damien's castle. She couldn't help but peer into the darkness outside, trying to see the other homes as they drove past them. She knew the place where they lived was at the apex of the Briars, an exclusive living zone. But she didn't know much else, and she was frustrated by how hard it was to see. Only then they dropped through the final set of gates, and they were in the city. Just like she'd seen it on TV, with crosswalks and people and other cars, everything. Brightly lit signs beckoned, and with the car missing the top, she could smell so many smells. It didn't even matter if they were good or bad, they were real. And between that and the wind on her skin, and just seeing other people living life, she felt like she was out in the world again, a feeling she hadn't had for quite some time. They didn't even have to go anywhere. Austin could keep driving them around just like this, and her evening would be perfect. She looked over at him to tell him as much, and caught him looking at her, before he quickly turned away. "We're almost there," he shouted over, and she nodded so he'd know she'd heard. He pulled his Jeep in beneath a sign that said Platinum on it, with a woman's silhouette giving a coquettish smile behind the word, and parked, coming around the Jeep to open her door up for her. Ryana realized the building had no windows. She'd seen these kinds of places in the realms, but had never gotten to go in. "Is this a fighting establishment?" she asked eagerly. "What? No. So much no," he said, once again offering her his arm. She took it. There weren't stairs here, but there was a curb to step up to, and her heels were awfully high. She let him lead her to the door around the side, where a stern-looking man was waiting. But his demeanor changed when he saw Austin. "Oh, Austin, my man," he said, standing. "Been a while. The girls will be happy to see you." "I know," Austin said, letting go of her hand to reach into a pocket. He took out a wallet and pulled out money, handing what seemed like a lot of it over. "This is cover for me and the lady. And I want you to tell everyone here to make sure we have an exceptionally good time." The man gave Ryana an appraising look. "Usually we don't allow dames in here, but..." He waved some of the money back in Austin's direction. "I think we can make an exception. Trust me, I'll make it worth your while." "You always do," the man said with a chuckle, clapping Austin's back as he led them inside. The entry hall was dark, and Ryana could smell many strange things. Alcohol, yes, sharp and pungent. Sex, musky and dark. And fruits of some sort. Andy had recently taken Ryana on a tour of earthly food things in their kitchen, with Grimm's help, and some of those scents were definitely here. Cherries, she guessed, as Austin directed them through a velvet curtain into a dimly lit world with a thumping beat. Ryana read the room in an instant. There was a main stage with a woman dancing on it, and the stage was surrounded by seated men. Other women, scantily clad, moved among them, offering drinks, and some of them were in darkened corners, grinding. She almost laughed. Did he really think this was going to scare her off? She'd been invited to orgies in the realms. Just because she'd never gotten to go, she was smart enough to know that the invitations were delivered out of a polite sense of royal inclusiveness, rather than anyone actually wanting to have sex in front of her Kagaroth. Nor would she want to have done so in front of Baron once they were together. Didn't mean she was unfamiliar with the situation. He tugged her through other men and tables until they were seated right beside the stage. The woman dancing was tall, lean, and muscular, although somehow she still had very nice breasts, which Ryana knew because the dancer wasn't wearing any clothing. She saw Austin and her face lit up. Austin wrapped his arms around Ryana's shoulders unexpectedly. She felt like a twitch a little in response against her scalp, and he waved something against her neck. The dancer grinned even wider at that, falling to her knees and crawling over. "Hello," she mouthed, because the music was too loud for real words. "Hi," Ryana mouthed back. The dancer's face was painted gloriously, with all sorts of glittery makeup and lips as red as Stella's, the female werewolf that used to go on missions with them. "Don't mind me," the dancer told her, leaning forward like a cat, brushing her cheek against Ryana's as she pinched what Austin was waving, money, out of his hand with a delicate thumb and forefinger before leaning back. Then she tossed it in the growing pile behind her and went back to the pole to swing herself aloft. "Oh my gosh," Ryana said. "She's so strong." She turned to Austin. "Magic?" "Not hardly," he said. In the half-light emanating from beneath the stage, she could see the shadowed features of his face. His cheekbones were more sloped than his brother's, coupled with a wider jaw, and his lips had a devastating fullness to them, combined with the faintest hint of a scar at one corner that made some of his smiles look like a smirk. His eyebrows were strong and thick, and she could tell his nose, while well healed, had been broken many times before. She knew if she ran her fingertip down it, she'd feel a little knot at where it bent. Something was happening on the stage behind her, and she was sure it was impressive, as the other men in the room were hollering about it. But Austin's dark blue eyes were just for her. Suddenly her dress, which was tight, felt much too tight, and so she quickly turned. She just wanted to see what she'd missed. It had nothing to do with needing to look away. The dancer who'd been so close earlier hoisted herself aloft again, spun, and then did what seemed like a death-defying drop before catching herself right above the ground as her song ended, and she spun safely down, dismounting onto heels even higher than the ones Leica had made for her this evening. Men cheered. Some unseen man announced the dancer's name overhead, and Ryana clapped joyfully. It had been so long since she'd seen a live performance of any nature. "I want to see more," she told Austin, without making eye contact. "Then you're in luck," he told her.
Chapter 10. Austin had assumed taking Ryana to a strip club would put a nail in her "maybe I should sleep with a werewolf" coffin, but no. What he hadn't anticipated, and it was a shame he couldn't have asked Damien for advice, but he could literally never if he wanted to stay breathing, was that as someone from the realms, and as someone who had been a princess, she was entirely familiar with transactional economies and not scared in the least of sex work. And when she found out she could have Leica create more money for her to use to fund more dancing, well, that was game over. All the dancers wanted to perform for the delightful woman handing out wads of cash. Probably the only other club patron who didn't hate him right now was the man sitting directly across from him. And that only if he was an ass man. Ryana laughed as the women whispered encouragement to her, getting smears of glitter on her cheeks, and then she oohed and awed at their every move on the pole, telling Austin that while she'd seen better acrobatics before, the fact that they were doing it without any magic made it so much more impressive. One of the women asked for permission to touch Ryana's breasts, which she granted, and then the dancer held them up to bury her face in them, and Austin's dick just about figured out how to unzip his pants. A stripper he knew, in more ways than one, came up to slouch across the back of their chairs between sets, popping her head between them. "Hey, Sasha," he said, giving her a nod. "Where did you get her from?" Sasha whispered in his ear with a laugh, and then squeezed both their shoulders. "Private room? Private dance? You two interested?" Austin blinked. In his prior life, getting ground up against would have sounded like all sorts of fun. And while there was usually no sex in the champagne room, he had personally experienced a few exceptions. "No," he said. Just at the same time, Ryana said, "Yes, absolutely." Sasha rose up a little, looking perplexed. Oh, well, which of us do you want? We assumed it was going to be a two-person job. Austin looked over his shoulder to find another friend there, Tiffany. Ryana saw her too. Both, Ryana said, clapping decisively. Let's go, where to? Austin definitely had outdated opinions about Ryana walking off with two strippers. But it was too late. She'd already bounced up to join them. He rose up without thinking, and Sasha gave him a sly look. And you're sure you're not coming? She asked him. He considered things quickly and forcibly made himself downshift. Yeah, he confirmed. What he wanted to do was drag Ryana back to his side and chain her to the chair, but that was not the point of this evening. He was supposed to be convincing her to run away from him, remember? And she looked so happy right now besides. It was a rarity for her, especially when he was around. She was sparkling with second-hand glitter and had such a wide smile. Somehow Austin found the strength to sit back down and waved the three of them off. Tiffany blew him a kiss, and the girls started laughing, each of them helping the others to walk. They teetered away on high heels, and his baser instincts wanted to lunge after them, his dick planning some sort of leverage-style escape from his suit slacks. He managed to stay seated, though, and after his hard-on had subsided enough that he could safely stand, he made his way to the bar. The bartender greeted him with a smile and a strong drink. Thanks, he said after a sip. No, it's on the house, he said, waving away Austin's money. I'm gonna get cashed out hard tonight, so thank you. You're welcome, Austin chuckled. He wasn't sure what to do with himself in Ryana's absence. He knew a lot of the talent here, but he didn't want her to come back and find him gawking at another girl or with someone on his lap getting handsy. Although, that was probably the surest way to end this. And this was the easiest place ever to orchestrate it, he thought as he turned around. He could spot 3 women milling amongst the men who he knew would be up to job for free even. But he found he didn't want to do that. Not to her. It was one thing to try and get her to ride someone else's cock, his own cock's thoughts on that be damned, and another to crush her spirit by sorta cheating on her. She was having a good time, and so was he, watching her. She got so excited to see each new stripper's outfits and makeup, clapping along with the songs, all of which he knew she'd never heard before. And laughing. So much laughing. He'd never seen Ryana like this. In Damien's castle, it was like she was a caged bird. But out here, she could fly, even if you couldn't see her wings. Thank God that stupid bitch is gone, muttered a man coming up beside him, waving the bartender down with a 20. Austin tensed. He was certain he knew who the stupid bitch was, seeing as everyone else in here was a dancer. He clenched his drink tighter, all that was in him wanting to punch this asshat through a brick wall. You shouldn't say that, the bartender said, coming to Ryana's defense on Austin's behalf. She's been hogging all the girls, the man complained. Well, maybe if you made it rain, the bartender suggested, because he was also on the house's side. It wouldn't matter, Austin said, sizing the man up, figuring out just how strong a punch he could throw without killing 2 nights after a full moon. You'd still be you. And she's a goddamned hurricane. The man looked like he was going to try his luck against Austin for a brief second. And Austin wanted him to. If the man started shit, it was going down. But the other patron thought better of it and scurried off with his drink to make use of his Ryana free time. And thinking of that, Just how long ago had Sasha and Tiffany absconded with her? Was she having a good time? And just what the hell were they all doing together?
Ryana let the girls lead her into a small room outfitted with couches and a solitary pole. "What are we going to do here?" Ryana asked, looking around. "Whatever you want, sweetheart," the darker-skinned one said. She turned, sending her braids swinging, and rocked over, showing Ryana her entire ass. "Really?" Ryana asked. "Yes, really," the other one, Austin had called Sasha, said with a nod. "We can dance on you, we can dance together. Pay us enough and Tiffany and I will even make out." Tiffany rose up and gave her a look. "Enough, and we'll even make out with you," she said, swaying. "Okay, that's amazing," Ryana said, putting out her hands. "Both of you come here," she said, patting either side of herself on the couch. "And can you turn that music off?" Someone somewhere above was listening in, and the music cut down substantially. "It's harder to dance without music," Sasha said, giving her a worried look. "I don't want to dance. I would like to talk." She waited half a beat, and then remembered to add, "Please," like Damien had told her to on many, many occasions since her arrival. "I will pay for the pleasure, as long as you're honest with me." The dancers looked at each other, then sat down. The blonde asked, "Talk about what?" "Austin," Ryana said definitively. It was clear the women here knew him, and she had no problem with that. In fact, it would make her life easier. "How do I make him want me?" The woman shared a look and then burst out laughing. "What?" Ryana asked, feeling her soul fold in on itself, the butt of some joke that she didn't understand. "He's been watching you all night, girl," Tiffany said, crossing her long brown legs. Ryana frowned. If that was the case, she'd been having such a good time she hadn't noticed. Sasha nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we know how he usually is in here. Whatever he is tonight is the opposite of that." He was probably just being polite for her sake, or out of fear of Damien. "That may be," Ryana said. "But he keeps telling me we can't be together." "That does sound like Austin. He likes to put out, but he's not one to stick around," Tiffany said with a sigh. Ryana gleaned what put out was from context. "But he hasn't even put a hand on me, even though I want him to." Sasha's brows perked. "Oh? Are you pressing him for commitment first?" Tiffany asked. "Hardly," Ryana scoffed. "I just want him for a night." Sasha blinked. "Really? Because he's the kind of ride you want to ride twice, if you know what I mean." Ryana felt herself lightly flush. "I don't need to ride him twice, as you say. Once will be enough." Tiffany's head tilted, sending her braids rolling across her shoulders. "How do you know?" "I just do." Austin was a werewolf, and she was a part dragon princess. In no realm would they make sense, which was, again, specifically why she had chosen him. He knew where he stood, and she knew where she stood. Slightly higher. Little had she known he'd be so obstinate. "Well, if he's not jumping at the chance to sleep with you, no strings attached, then there's got to be something else going on." Tiffany tapped at her teeth with outrageously long neon pink fingernails. "He could be scared of my brother," Ryana sighed, sinking down. "Or he could be scared of himself," Sasha suggested, coming near. "Why?" Ryana asked. Austin was the opposite of scary, another point in his favor. She could always see his face to read it. There was never a snarling helmet in the way. "Because of you," Sasha said. "But why?" Ryana pressed. "Because he doesn't want to hurt you," the dancer said gently. Ryana's spine straightened as she rose up to her full height on the couch. "That's preposterous. He can't hurt me. No one can." "Are you so sure about that?" Tiffany asked, squinting. "Very." Ryana spared a glance down to make sure that her past wasn't written on her somewhere that other people could see. "But he did bring me here to scare me off. He told me as much himself." Sasha laughed. "Is it working?" "Not yet," Ryana told her. So he thinks we're going to do his dirty work for him, eh? Tiffany said, giving Sasha a mischievous look. Well, he's got another thing coming. Tiffany laughed, catching on. Can we give you a present to take back to Austin? Sure. What? It wasn't like they had anywhere to hide anything beneath their skimpy clothes. Hickeys. It'll drive him mad, Sasha told her. Tiffany laughed. Oh, yeah. That is such a good idea. Ryana wasn't entirely sure what a hickey was, but she was part dragon. There was no way mere humans could ever hurt her. So she shrugged and said, sure. And then the two women descended on her, one to either side of her neck, like they were also relatives of the progenitor that had drained so many cows. She knew in an instant what they were doing, as she'd had to hide marks like the ones they were giving her from her mother before, and she laughed. Who would have thought she'd get neck kisses from two girls before she'd managed even one from Austin?
Chapter 11. Austin saw the women returning just as he was on the verge of going to look for them. Ryana had been gone for at least 5 songs worth of time. Her hands were wrapped around the other dancers' hips, all of them helping one another balance, laughing. And as he neared, he spotted hickeys on her neck, one to each side. The bruises themselves would have given it away, but they were both clearly outlined by lipstick marks. He gave both of the strippers a dry look, and then turned to Ryana. Ready to go? He asked her, and she nodded, grinning. And did you have fun? He tried and failed not to sound arch. It was all too easy to imagine Sasha and Tiffany descending on Ryana's neck like bikini-clad vampires, and he felt a surge of jealousy that he'd not only missed the moment, but that they'd kissed Ryana before he had, which, he reminded himself gravely, didn't matter, because he never would. I did, Ryana said, positively beaming before turning back to the dancers. Thank you, I had a wonderful time. She reached into her cleavage, which was where Laika had been conjuring up her cash for her, and handed both of the women fistfuls. Those breasts are magic, Sasha told him with a leer. You have no idea, he said, taking hold of Ryana's hand to lead her away. Ryana leaned back and waved, and Tiffany blew her a kiss, and all Austin could do was shake his head. He took her out into the much cooler night, gave the bouncer a nod, and then stopped himself from pulling Ryana tight against the cold. Here, he said, taking off his suit jacket to hand to her. Their ride home in the Jeep was going to be freezing. He should have thought of that before he let her talk him into not putting on the top. Thanks, she said, pulling it on. She walked over to her side of his ride and looked up at him. Did you really think that bringing me here was going to disconvince me? He thought for a moment. I don't think that's a word. She pouted. Why not? He knew she was using magic to translate herself until she actually learned English, just like Damien had years before. It sounds right, doesn't it? It does, and it makes sense. And yet, just because things make sense, that doesn't always make them right, Ryana, he told her, hoping she got his implication. Hey! You! Shouted someone from across the parking lot. The portly man from the bar stumbled over, slurring his words. You fucking cunt! Your fat ass ruined my night! Austin wanted to grab the words the man said out of the air and shove them back down his throat before Ryana heard any of them, but it was too late. So clocking the man into next week would have to suffice. The man's teeth clacked against each other like castanets, and then he pirouetted like the dancers they'd just left behind to drop onto the concrete. The bouncer rushed up right afterwards. Oh, shit, Austin, I'm so sorry, we'll handle this. You'd better, Austin said with a growl, as the bouncer dragged the drunken man away. When he turned back to his car, Ryana was looking at him strangely. What did he mean by that? Austin swallowed and cursed internally. Which part? All of it. Austin ground his jaw, and he wished he'd punched the man inside earlier when he'd had the chance. Well, there were other men watching the dancers tonight, as you saw. We were spending a lot of money, so the girls all wanted to hang out with us, and some other men got jealous. She was frowning. But why did he use those particular words? Because some men think they can use rough words for women's genitalia as insults. They think it makes them strong because they think women are weak. But they're wrong, she said. Oh, I know, Austin agreed. I wouldn't want to be in a dark alley against you, Mills, or Stella. Maybe even Andy. I bet she's a biter, he teased, hoping he could steer this conversation away from a rocky shore. Ryana snorted softly, amused. So, then why did he say the rest? Oh, fuck that guy. Austin couldn't believe he was going to have to explain the worst of internalized misogyny to the heretofore innocent sister of his good friend. You may have noticed the size differential between you and the dancers. She nodded, running her hands down the outline of her body in a way that made him wish they were his hands grabbing hold of her instead. Well, he was implying, because he was an asshole, that you are somehow lesser than they are. Even though, technically, size-wise, I'm more? She asked, her head tilting as her face scrunched up. Assholes don't always make sense, Wings, he said, wishing he could apologize for, the entire goddamned human race. She took a moment to consider this, then looked pissed and stomped a heel. I am as I am meant to be. Exactly. And that's what I told him, only with my fist, he said, gesturing with it between them. Ryana blinked and then laughed at that. And that's probably what broke him. Because she'd only narrowly avoided harm tonight. And the thought of anyone else ever hurting her, like whoever the fuck else she thought she was going to put on deck to sleep with her if it wasn't him. No. There were not going to be any others. Not if he had anything to say about it. He moved fluidly forward, pressing her back against the window of his Jeep, and lowered his mouth to hers. She smelled like the best things in the world to him. Mossy forest and bright, clean water. And the hint of stripper didn't hurt. And he felt his wolf inside him beating its tail low. She melted against him for 1/1000th of a second, tilting her head up to match her lips to his, her mouth opening, and then she froze.
Ryana was well accustomed to experimentation. She'd been taught by the finest minds the realms had to offer how to amplify her will and concentrate her magic, to imbue certain objects and liquids with her abilities. She knew how to consider her options and make snap decisions within milliseconds, channeling dangerous amounts of power down chosen pathways to ensure desired outcomes. So when Austin's lips settled on hers, when one of his hands slid into her hair, upsetting Leica, and the other slid around her waist to pull her near, as his tongue asked her lips for entrance, she knew she was at a turning point. She could be the brash princess that she mostly was, and say yes and give in, and they would undoubtedly go home and do this thing and then never speak of it again. Or she could allow herself to be herself when she was with him, a person who she hadn't been for years, the person who she wasn't even sure was still inside. One path would be easy, though untrue. The other would be true, but very, very hard. He read her body before she even thought she'd made up her mind, pulling his mouth away from hers while staying near.
You okay, Wings?
Ryana shook her head and answered honestly, "No." He nodded, his forehead close to hers.
Let's go home.
They drove back up to the castle in blustery wind. As she held his coat tightly around her shoulders, staring out at the streets and the stars and turns, her hand rose to her lips without thinking, pressing against them just like his lips had, and she wondered what he thought of her. Could she really go back to who she'd been before Baron? She longed to go back to that earlier her, when she never had to question whether or not she was right, because she always knew she was. But now that she knew she could be fooled so easily, hurt so easily, and she was on an entirely different fucking planet from her home, she didn't know. She didn't entirely like who she was now, but she also couldn't see a path to follow back behind her. Austin parked his car outside the garage, and there was finally silence as he turned to look at her.
I won't touch you again, Ryana. I'm sorry to have misread the situation.
She sat looking straight ahead, but didn't take her seatbelt off or reach for the door. You didn't. She could tell he was waiting for her to go on, so she tried to find the words to explain, embarrassed by how unsure they sounded aloud. I thought I wanted one thing, but now I want another.
You're allowed to change your mind.
She looked over at him then. There was more than enough moon out to see him. His seatbelt was off, and he was sitting loosely in the car, facing her, one hand on the steering wheel, one knee against some sort of mechanical knob between them. He'd undone his tie the second they'd gotten in the car, like the fabric had been strangling him, and had opened the top few buttons of his shirt, allowing a little of the strange art he had on the skin of his chest to show through.
In any case, he went on, I know you're just getting your feet under yourself here. I can still help you with that if you'd like, without touching you, I swear.
Ryana bit back a gasp. You don't want to touch me? Of course not. Why would anyone? What did she have to offer anyone on Earth, now that no one knew who she was and she had to hide her wings?
I didn't think you wanted that,
Austin said slowly. She frowned at him, and then reached over and put a finger on his knee, like she was pointing to the joint. He looked between her and her finger.
Is this some realms thing?
I'm proving a point, she said as she rolled her eyes. Or trying to. He seemed to consider things, then leaned over to touch her back, putting a fingertip on the point of her nose.
Boop.
She squinted, first at his finger, then at him. It's awfully daring of you to put a finger so near my teeth, much less make an inane sound while doing so. He grinned.
You didn't explain the rules of this game to me. I'm trying to learn as I go along.
It's not a game, she said, and pouted.
Then what is it?
He asked, suddenly serious. She rose up, shaking her head, dislodging his finger. She should have just kissed him when she had the chance. Everything would have been easier then. They'd already be halfway up the stairs by now.
Ryana,
he said, his voice soft.
If I've done something wrong, I want to know. And if I've done something right, I want to know that too.
He inhaled deeply and seemed to take her in.
If I manage to disconvince you, your word, not mine, of us sleeping together tonight, then hallelujah. That's an Earth exclamation for a miracle having happened, if your magic doesn't translate it right.
His head tilted, and he gave her a lopsided smile.
But I can't sit here and lie to you and tell you that I still want that, because I don't. That's why I kissed you, Ryana, because I changed my mind. I don't want to disconvince you anymore.
Ryana felt a flush creep up and wondered just how well he could see her in the moonlight. You're sure? She heard herself ask him in a smaller voice than she was used to.
Completely. You?
Her fingers bunched up the hem of her dress. No. She heard his intake of breath then, like he'd just gotten punched.
Okay, he said, and she saw him nod out of the corner of her eye. That's fine. You just tell me what we are, if anything, and that's how I'll be.
His even tone couldn't hide the disappointment in his voice. She'd tried to shove Baron away once, near the end, when it was clear he meant too much to her, when her mother had started to snoop, and one meaningful glance seen by the wrong person could have led to his death. He'd redoubled his efforts towards her. She'd capitulated, and not long after that, he tried to steal her. At the time, and prior to the kidnapping, she'd thought him so brave because he couldn't live without her. But was it truly? Being ridden by your passions like you were a horse? Wasn't it braver to be the rider, always in charge, even if it meant having to steer yourself off your desired course? Ryana finally met Austin's gaze, where he was still waiting for her answer. If we do this thing now, Wolf, it has to be slow. So forget anything I said or what I seemed like earlier. I countermand that. He chuckled beside her. Countermand, eh? Your magic gives you a big vocabulary sometimes, Wings. That's what you're choosing to focus on? She played with the hem of her dress anxiously. Yeah, because if I focus on you, I get blinded, Austin said. And then they both heard the sound of the castle's front door opening up, and Zach was running out to the garage. He saw them and stopped. Do I want to know where you've been? He asked, striding over, although it was clear from his prior path he'd been heading out to his own car. You can probably smell it, Austin said, taunting his brother as he got out. Ryana knew she had marks on her neck, and she'd seen the rings of lipstick on herself in the side view mirror. Not to mention her neck and breasts looked like they'd been dusted by a particularly large and glittery moth. Do I want to know where you're going? Austin asked. No, Zach said simply, giving him a look full of daggers. Austin didn't care, though. He came around and opened her door for her, offering her his arm to get out of the car. She took it, in front of Zach, and Austin didn't shy away. She'd never once been able to touch Baron in public, so the novelty of this small gesture thrilled her. Have fun wherever it is that you're going, she told Zach, giving him a wave indicating that he would be much happier over by his own vehicle. And Austin laughed. The other werewolf grumbled something as Austin led her to the castle's door. They stopped together on the level of her own quarters, in front of her door. Austin released her arm and took a courtly step back. All right, Wings. I've come up with a plan. Between the car and here? She asked, her brow rising. Yep, he said, taking her in. I want to make sure that we're always on the same page. How so? Ryana crossed her arms. I do not consent to telepathy spells. Austin's eyes widened and he laughed. No, sorry. This is way more old school. It's a game that kids here play. Red light, green light. Red like my belt and green like my eyes? She frowned at him lightly. Did you just make that up? It's based on street lights. I'll point them out to you next time we're out. But in general, on Earth, red means stop and green means go. So if I ever check in with you and you can't find the words, use the colors. So if I say red, she asked, leading him on, then I'll stop whatever I'm doing the second it sounds like you're saying the word. And if I say green? Then things are okay. Or if you don't say anything. Although I'll still probably check in a lot. I don't want to assume anything with you anymore. He ran a hand through his hair. We're too different. It's not safe. Very true, she agreed and licked her lips. I think I can manage that. 2 little earth words. He nodded, then backed off, to head down the stairs before pausing. Hey, Wings. Yes, she said inside her open door. You think you can teach me your language? Ryana observed him through half-lidded eyes. Depends on how good you are with your tongue, she said with intent, and closed the door. She heard him laugh to himself as he walked away, and she smiled in the darkness of her room. Grimalkin had been a dear, and finished setting up everything she'd had Leica ask him for, recreating her old laboratory almost perfectly while she'd been gone. It's fantastic, Grimalkin, thank you, she said, assuming the cat would hear, and sat down atop a bench, wriggling her dress down enough to let her wings flare. She wasn't going to perform any experiments tonight. It was too late, and her concentration was off after that business with Austin in the car. But things were better, she thought, looking around. She knew where she stood with Austin, for now, and she had a practical goal again here. If Kagaroth were going to come to this planet with intent, she would be ready for them. She pulled out her notebook to write down her thoughts.
Chapter 12. Austin spent that night planning out places he would take her. Things he wanted to do, and then the next morning, after getting up and putting the top back on Betsy and taking an invigorating and very cold shower, he went to her door to knock. It flashed red when he was 2 steps away. He stepped back, and it went white again, matching the rest of the hallway's decor. Forward, red. Fuck, he muttered. The temptation to knock and ask what he'd done wrong loomed large. But then he realized he probably hadn't. At least, he didn't think he had. He walked by the door repeatedly throughout the day, and wondered if she knew how often he passed by. He didn't see her come out for food or drinks or training. And it was the same thing the next day, too. Here, he'd been trying to prevent himself from making any untoward assumptions when, in reality, he should have hopped back and not even assumed that Ryana wanted to be with him. Except for the fact that she was playing his game, which proved interest of a sort. And he'd meant the rules as he'd laid them out for her. He wasn't going to broach a red. If she didn't feel like she could trust him, all was lost. So if she was in there hoping he was that kind of guy, well, she was out of luck. Because instead, he was him. The werewolf who made up reasons to walk past her door just in case every 2 to 3 hours. On the 3rd day, he detoured by in the afternoon out of habit, after hitting the training gym, and was surprised to see the door flash green. He stood in front of it, stunned and sweaty, and knocked. "Come in," he heard her say inside. He tried the handle and pushed the door open. Her rooms were quite different from what he'd remembered. It seemed like they were smaller than they'd been the other night even, and the scents inside were slightly unwholesome, like burning plastic or possibly worse. She came into her main room through a door in the back, wearing an apron that made her look like she was about to get an X-ray, and she had a helmet in one hand. She crinkled her nose at him. "You're sweaty." "And you're at a dental office?" he guessed. She reasoned her way through the words, although she still looked baffled. "No, I was working." "On?" he asked. "A project. It's in progress, so I don't want to say anything." She jerked her chin behind her. So that's why the door was red. "Have you been trapped in here for 2 straight days?" "Yes," she said, and nodded. "But now the potion is settling and I've got some time, so I'm green. Officially," she said, giving him a tight smile. "Are you?" "Totally," he said. He watched her hoist the apron off of herself and hand it to Laika, who somehow managed to hold the thing aloft in her claws while being the size of a common sparrow. Underneath, Ryana's clothing clung to her, damp with sweat, and tendrils of her hair were stuck to her neck in waves. "Should we clean up first?" he teased. "I'd like to, yes," she said, giving him a slightly more genuine grin. "Meet you downstairs in 30 minutes, then." "Sounds good," she said, as he made to leave. "What kind of shoes should I wear?" "Sneakers, if you have any." "I have Laika," she said with a derisive snort, and then shouted after him, "Wait! Where are we going?" He laughed and leaned in to close her door. "You'll see." One more cold shower later, and Austin was downstairs with his hair still wet, trying not to pace. Ryana came down not long after. in a green halter top with a coat pulled over it and high-waisted jeans. Austin couldn't hide his surprise. "I've never seen you not in a dress before." "I don't wear dresses when we fight, silly," she said with an eye roll. "Or when I work in my lab." "Well, every other time than that." "Stop questioning things," she advised, and followed him out to his car. "Oh, you put the top back on," she said with clear disappointment. "Because it looks like it's going to rain. I'm hoping we'll miss it, though." He held the door open for her and closed it after she got in. Austin took them out of the briars and then north, and she was still plastered to the window. "See? Streetlights. Red and green," he announced as they idled at one. "I didn't lie." "Two of my favorite colors," she told him. "So you like Christmas, then?" She pondered this. "That's that holiday, right?" "Yeah, but ignore that. What kind of holidays do they have where you come from?" he asked, suddenly curious. Damien's patience for talking about the realms usually only lasted for 3 questions, and then he'd start to growl. "Oh, you know," she said, sitting back in her chair. "Mast Day and Elof's Day and all the religious holidays if you're into that sort of thing. Plus all the ancestral days you're obligated to acknowledge. And birthdays. We still celebrate those until you reach, 100, and then interest tapers off, so..." "The usual," she said, waving a casual hand. "What do you do on Mast Day?" he asked. "Carve masts for tiny boats and set them free in the harbor. Whichever one sinks last is lucky." She gave him a sly look from the sides of her eyes. "Wow, that sounds awfully charming for the realms." She laughed hard. "You caught me. No, Mast Day is when we celebrate victory over the sun. It's an ancient ritual. The meaning's lost to time, but basically everyone gets drunk and parties and you're not allowed to kill anyone for one whole day. It only happens once every 5 years or so, years being your closest word, yet still imprecise." "Sounds like my kind of holiday," Austin chuckled, looking over at her. Her auburn hair was in a ponytail, but there were still some free strands at her neck curling above her halter that his fingers ached to run through. The hickeys the strippers had given her were long since healed away. "So, while I'm not going to ask you what you were doing in your rooms there, I am going to ask why the hell you don't have Leica or Grimm install some air conditioning for you." "It's hard to keep the ovens at the right temperatures as it is, and I don't want to introduce any other variables." "You do realize that Mills has a really nice and modern lab set up in her wing?" Ryana nodded. "Yes, she gave me a tour. But I'm trying to replicate things I've already made in the past, so I already know how to do it my way. I just didn't get to bring my notebooks over, so I'm having to recreate my process, is all. It should work soon, give or take a few more days of trying." "Would Mill's way be safer?" Ryana's earlier outfit had looked like she was about to forge molten steel, which implied that whatever she was doing was dangerous. He still remembered the way she'd looked when Damien had brought her over from the realms. How her body had been bruised, her wings torn, and her leg broken. It had been bad enough caring for her then. Caring for her now, if he hadn't done something within his power to shield her. The thought of it made his stomach churn. She considered his suggestion. "Possibly, but I have to get the formula down first. I can try to optimize things afterwards." She flashed her green eyes at him. "Do I get to know where we're going yet?" "Soon," he promised, taking the next exit. The forest where Austin and Zach roamed on full moon nights was pretty far outside of town. He was intimately familiar with it as a wolf, but it had been a long time since he'd come here as a man. He parked his Jeep in the gravel lot and walked over to get her door, then reached behind her seat to grab their water bottles as she got out. "I thought we could take a hike," he told her, but it was clear she hadn't heard him. She was too busy looking at the trees. "We're going in there?" she asked, eyes wide. His head tilted. "Yes, if you're okay with that." "Green," she announced emphatically and started striding for the trail. Austin laughed, locked up his car, and jogged after her. After her first 50 questions, Austin realized he should have gotten them a ranger for a tour guide. Only a ranger would have realized that Ryana wasn't from around these parts by question 20. She touched everything fearlessly. The loam at their feet, rocks, ferns, leaves, the rough bark of each of the trees they passed by. Luckily, he managed to catch her before she lunged for poison ivy. She stood and watched, rapt, as a spider built a web, and compared it to some other creature called a lachrony back at home, which wasn't the progenitor but sounded much, much worse. She grinned at the squirrels racing overhead and the chipmunks running around below and squealed at seeing a lizard basking on a rock. "A tiny dragon," she whispered, pointing it out to Austin. "Not hardly, Wings," he laughed. "Really?" she asked, disappointed. "It's a lizard, more like a snake with legs." She sighed heavily. "I know what snakes are." Austin knew that her mother, Damien's stepmother, was called the Snake in the realms. A very dangerous, magical woman? Creature? Austin had never asked Damien to specify. "Do you miss home?" he asked her. They'd been following the trail for the past hour. Austin knew it went deep into the forest and then circled back again. Ryana's face scrunched up, and he saw Laika peeking out of one of her coat pockets, likely because he'd upset her. "Parts of it. In many ways, it was easier there for me." "What, with all the servants and the guards?" She nodded, then looked to the ground near her feet and not their surroundings. "Something like that." "The Kagaroth?" he went on, using the same strange word she and Max had for them. "Yes, I used to have a fleet of them. There was always at least one of them assigned to me, and they followed me like shadows, watching over my every move. When I was tutored, when I worked in my lab, they tasted everything I ate before I did." She blew air through pursed lips. "Sometimes they even watched me sleep." "That sounds awful," he guessed. "I knew no better at the time. But I was younger then." He could tell from her bearing and by the fact that they'd stopped walking that her memories upset her. "Hey, Wings, do you need to say red?" She blinked, looking up. Her full lips pinched flat together before relaxing. "No, but thanks." "Any time," he said, taking a step forward so she'd follow. They reached the halfway point where the trail began circling back, or you could detour for the lake. He would have taken her to its rocky beach, except rain threatened. The skies turned dark, and he could smell it in the air. Ryana paused and looked up at the clouds, too, in a clearing. "I take it the realms has rain?" Austin asked. "We have weather," she said, cocking one hip and rolling her eyes. "It's just been a long time since I was out in any. I like it when it rains when Zach and I are out here as wolves." "Why?" He inhaled and tried to think of the best way to explain. It wasn't something he ever thought on. As a wolf, it was just a truth he knew. When you run, your paws catch the ground differently. and it washes all the other scents away, which is fine, because it replaces them with something cleaner, something new. Cleaner than this? She asked, sniffing lightly. Yeah, it's like God's taken out an eraser and he's wiped everything away. And he's about to turn a page, and if you don't run fast enough, you won't make it to the next one. It just feels extra alive, I think. He shivered at the memory. I've never asked Zach, though, so it's possible he has an entirely different opinion. She smiled softly at him. Well, I was smart enough to bring a coat. So what are you going to do? Get caught in the rain, he said, grinning back. Won't you be cold? Not really, no. One of her eyebrows rose. So, I'm going to have to sit with a wet dog in an enclosed space all the way home? You have dogs in the realms? We use them to hunt down smaller lachrony, in fact. His eyes widened, and she quickly added, Don't worry, we give them armor. Austin laughed. Well, I'll be a wet wolf, it's totally different. Ryana snorted, shucking her coat off to hand to him. Here, you fool. Leica squawked and tumbled out of her pocket fast to fly overhead. It's cute you think that this will fit me, he said, holding it between them. It's cute you think I didn't bring my own umbrella, she said, and shrugged her shoulders. 2 perfect leather wings unfurled, and she made them meet above her head. There was no way she'd get wet now. Austin was in awe for a moment, then returned to his senses. It's not safe, Ryana. What if someone sees? I've got Leica for a lookout, she said, pointing up. I'll be fine. She gestured that he should hold her coat over his head as the first drops spattered. The rain started slowly in a fine mist, then matured into a sprinkle, finally becoming the kind of downpour where the raindrops hit like pennies. And he wasn't entirely dismayed to be shielding himself with her coat, especially because it smelled like her. The rain still had the same effect on him, though. It was like he could feel it washing away everything unwanted. All the fights, all the danger, all the women, all the booze, finally leaving him whole and clean. The second the storm's ferocity lessened, he moved her coat down and just stood for a moment, face up, letting himself feel it. Everything's better out here, isn't it? She whispered from beside him. He looked over at her, whipping his wet hair from his face as if resurfacing. It is, he said, at seeing her. She was in the alcove of her wings, the raindrops that landed on them beating down their dark green leather. She was partially hidden, but he could still see her much lighter green eyes. And it was like she was a literal force of nature, like everything that grew and was good was captured in them. What are you thinking? She asked him, staring back. You probably don't want to know. She pouted, only barely shadowed by her wings. Green, she demanded. So it's like that, is it? He asked with a headshake. He wanted to be honest, but he also didn't want to scare her off. Fine. I'm thinking I'd like to kiss you, Wings. But I don't have to. I'm entirely okay just standing over here. He held her coat and his water bottle in one hand, and made a gesture towards the ground with the other. When she didn't respond, he was still for a long moment, wondering if he should try to take the words back. Do you think that all the time? She asked him, right before he wanted to die. If the rain hadn't washed him clean, he might have attempted lying, but he found he didn't want to dirty his soul back up. More often than not, he admitted. She swung her wings back behind herself and stepped closer to him, finally looking up at the sky. The rain hit her face for the first time, and she closed her eyes, which made him feel free to gawk. Her face was a perfect oval, and it was like her features were carved out of his dreams. Her cheekbones were high, her nose was pert and button-like, and her lips were full, although her mouth was narrow, which made him feel like she was always holding words away from him inside. Raindrops met and traced down her skin, and were trapped in her long, light brown eyelashes, the same color as her hair. She was so beautiful, it hurt. And he was him, a dented werewolf who knew so much better, even as he couldn't stop himself from taking this one chance. "May I kiss you, Ryana?" Her eyes flashed open, and he watched her lips intently then, to see if they'd say red or green. But instead, they just came closer as she rose up on her toes and brushed his. Her lips were just as soft as he remembered from the night outside the strip club, and he had to fight not to devour her. They were in the woods that he roamed as a wolf. He was used to being hungry here and wild. Fierce instinct and long habit wanted to grab her and press in, to make her mouth open for his, to claim her with his tongue. But somehow he managed not to, and just trailed his closed lips across hers, then ran his oft-broken nose down her straight one, before pressing his lips to hers again. If hers had opened even for a moment, his will would have snapped, and he might have tried for more. But they didn't, and she rocked back. She put one hand to her own lips, and her other to his. And while he wanted to catch her wrist and keep it there, he forced himself to stay absolutely still. See, wings? I don't bite. I may think all the fucking time about biting, but I can control myself. You can trust me. Then she swallowed and pulled her wings in at the same time as she pulled her hand away. It's stopped raining. It had. He had the stupid thought that their kiss had made the sun come out again, but managed to keep it to himself. By the time they were back to Betsy, it was as if nothing had happened. Ryana was back to her old self, and he didn't know what to think about that. And then on their way home, they visited a gas station and its candy aisle, so the rest of their trip was spent debating the relative merits of all the different kinds of candy that he'd bought her. They were parked in the garage and heading in when Austin realized he had another question. If the Kagaroth were worried about your food being poisoned, did they kiss lips before you kissed them too? Just to see? He meant it as a tease, but as he watched her mood fall and her lips frown, he knew he'd said the wrong thing. No, they did not, she told him. But they should have. She turned on her heel and started walking to the house.
Chapter 13. The first thing Ryana did when she got back was cast the red spell on her door and check on her experiments. But all the alembics she'd left running were fine. She sat on the progenitor's box in front of her oven, with the remnants of her candy, let her wings emerge, pulled her notebook out, and tried to think. Baron had never been so gentle. Then again, when Baron had approached her as one of the Kagaroth, he'd known that if she refused his advances, he might die. And what point was there in being gentle besides, when death was a Kagaroth's constant companion? But it wasn't that Austin didn't have roughness in him. She'd seen him in enough fights, and she could read it on his face. She'd felt it when his nose had brushed hers, and she'd covered the faint scar at the corner of his mouth with her fingers. And there was a heat inside of him. She'd felt it against her hand. He'd wanted more. He'd as much as confessed it to her, and she wondered what other things she could have gotten him to confess if she'd only had the patience. So, yes, he continued to be perfect for the purposes of her experiment. He, and all the others after him surely, would help to keep her dreams away. She'd only had the nightmare once, since she'd started painting her door red. She traced something called a twizzler over the path his lips had taken across hers, and then bit it savagely. Austin desired her company, while she desired company in general. But yes, he would do. He was no baron, but that was a good thing. She flipped to the next empty page of her notebook to capture her thoughts, feeling herself gaining power. The more she understood him, the more she would understand all of her future men, of which there were certain to be many. She opened the lid to the progenitor's box, tossed the rest of her candy in for the beast to snack on, and then sat back down to start writing. 3 sweaty days passed before she got to leave her experiments unattended and could change her door to green, and then 3 hours passed without anything from Austin. She didn't expect him to be hanging around outside her door just waiting on her, but at the same time, she only had so long a window before her experiments would require her attention. So she showered quickly and made her way through the rest of the house. When she knocked on his bedroom door, there was no answer, and his precious Betsy was still in the garage, so she realized he must be fighting. In hindsight, she probably should have looked there first. She ran back to her rooms and pulled on her own clothes for training. Maybe they could work through one of Grimm's simulations together, and wouldn't that be fun? Excited by the thought of company, any company, not just his company, she tried to tell herself. She jogged lightly down the hall. Sure enough, she'd caught him inside the gym. She opened the door just wide enough for herself to pass, went in with a smile, and then gasped. Austin was wearing the gear that he always did, all black, with his favorite gun in his hand, hiding behind a magical boulder, and he was fighting warriors in black armor with helmets that had faces that looked like they were screaming. More bodies in armor littered the floor. "Stop the simulation!" she shouted, and Grimalkin, paying attention from somewhere, did so. Austin turned to look at her, surprised, as she stormed up. "What are you doing?" she accosted him. He gave her a mystified look and took off his shirt to blot his face with it, revealing all of the intricate artwork he'd placed on his body. "What's it look like I'm doing, Wings? Training." "But why against Kagaroth?" Of course, Grimm had been able to make them look completely accurate. She looked around at where the bodies had been, but they disappeared when the simulation ended. "I just thought if they were going to come through again, I should be prepared." He'd almost caught his breath. "Prepared?" she scoffed. "No. You beat them last time because they weren't expecting you. If we see them again, we need to call Damien. It doesn't matter where in the world he is." His brow furrowed as he frowned. "Did I ever make you watch Predator?" he asked her. She shook her head. "Well, allow me to quote good old Arnold to you. If it bleeds, we can kill it." He squinted at her. "Look, I know seeing them again had some sort of effect on you." "You don't know anything!" He stood up, straighter, as if preparing to accept a blow. "So why don't you tell me?" "Red!" she snapped, and he took a deep inhale, biting back whatever he'd been about to say. His body was so different from Baron's. Baron's pale torso and arms had been covered in wiry dark hair, with odd raw patches where his armor had worn the hair down, whereas Austin was tan, with a light mat of golden hair across his chest like an emblem. Then it was absent over his shoulders and upper arms, only to thicken on his forearms like light-colored fur. And so many drawings on him, too, just like his brother Zach, whose purpose she didn't understand. "All right then, Wings," he said, jerking his chin toward the door. "If you don't want to talk, let me finish my training." "Are you going to fight them again?" She couldn't keep the worry out of her voice, and she knew it didn't make sense. These were just Grimm's toys, but... "They're just simulations." "Red," she implored him. "Is it that important to you?" His eyebrows rose and met on his forehead, and then his eyes widened. "Why are you scared of them, Wings?" She wasn't, of course. She was a princess of the realms, and she wasn't scared of anything, nor could she ever be. But for some reason, when she opened up her mouth, all her bravado evaporated instantly. "Red," she whispered. He wanted to do something. She could see his muscles tense in synchrony with the urge to take action. For or against her, she couldn't say. Then he controlled himself and calmed. "Okay, Wings," he said softly, and gave her a lopsided smile. "I'll have Grim turn them into unicorns or something. Unless you have strong feelings about them, too." "No," she crossed her arms. "Unicorns are fine. I'm sure they're assholes." "I have a feeling the Kagarath are as well, but you won't tell me," he said, while scratching at his stubble. "So, are you green now, or did you just decide to hunt me down to yell at me?" "I am." She gestured to her outfit, clearly meant to join him. "I thought it might be fun to fight together." "Yeah?" he said, perking up. "Yeah," she said. "Only we just did." She shrugged and turned on her heel back to the door. She knew his eyes were on her as she left and started walking down the hall. "Hey, Wings!" he called after her a moment later. She stopped but didn't turn. "I just want you to know that I'm not chasing after you because I'm trying to respect your boundaries. But if that's what you want, you let me know, and I'll fucking run you down." His words echoed in the hallway, chasing her even if he wasn't, and she closed her eyes for a second, just listening to them. Then she started walking without looking back. Halfway back to her rooms, she realized there was a chance that she'd been unfair. He was prying in her business, yes. But ever since they'd seen the Kagarath, it had become team business, hadn't it? Wasn't it natural to want to protect the people you cared about? The ones you counted as your family? Even more so now that Damien was gone? The closer to her rooms she got, bad wasn't the word for it, because in general, princesses of the realms did not feel bad. There was no reason to second-guess yourself when you were always right, unless you had had intense personal experience that suggested otherwise. Like when, at the end, she'd had her hand on Baron's windpipe, watching the light drain from his eyes. "I don't want to have to kill him," she muttered to herself. "Kill who?" a woman's voice asked behind her. Ryana whirled to find Mills not far behind her on the stair, giving her a kindly smile. "If there's someone that needs killing and you're not in the mood, there's 2 or 3 men in this house that could handle it for you." Ryana forced a laugh. "Yes, I'm well aware. Austin in particular. I think he'd be mad if you picked someone else, honestly." She chuckled in earnest this time. "What if he's the one that needs to die, though?" Mills leaned against the railing beside her. "Then we might need to have a team meeting first. Why would you be killing him?" She inhaled, ready to list all his flaws, and found there weren't many, past that first night. "For doing exactly as I ask." "You're a princess. I thought you were used to being obeyed." "It's different." When she'd propositioned him, it had been as transactional as the dancers they'd gone to see, or like any number of her experiments, or her entire prior life. You perform A, you get B in return. B just didn't arrive out of nowhere and act all B-like and not expect anything from A. Did B? Mills walked up and rested a hand on her shoulder. "I'm well aware of how powerful you are, Ryana, even without your guardian. Please don't kill him. I'm very fond of him." "Fine," she muttered, instead of saying what she was thinking very loudly. "Increasingly, me as well." She went back to her chambers, pulled in her wings, and changed into a tight purple sweater and a skirt that matched it and nipped in at the waist. Afterwards, she headed up to Damien's empty quarters. There were TV rooms in the house, but she wanted privacy, even as she wasn't sure she wanted Austin in her bedroom. She then requested Grim's help in performing a small magic on Austin's room, to which he readily agreed. She had Leica rearrange all the furniture in her brother's room to accommodate her desires, and by the time she was done, there was a widescreen TV on the wall in front of a large green couch, with a green path from Austin's door leading all the way up to it. Austin opened the door not long after, cleaned up in dark jeans that clung to his body, and a tight dark gray t-shirt, which showed more of the art on both his muscular biceps and forearms. "Here?" he asked, looking around. "You should be happy I forgave you rather than questioning things," she said, sitting down on the couch. Well, I do have to take into consideration that, now that you hate me, you're setting me up for Damien to murder, since we're in front of half his mirrors. Ryana squinted at him. Did you talk to Mills? His eyebrows rose. No. She quickly rolled her eyes. No. How were the unicorns? Not as strategically proficient as I had hoped. He'd reached the couch by then and was looking down at it, dusting his hands on his thighs. Is the entire couch green or just one section of it? He asked her, clearly teasing. You may sit here, she said, putting a hand beside herself. But that's all. Got it, he said, sitting down. So, what's on our agenda, Wings? I had Grimm find your movie for you. The Predator one, she said, gesturing to the TV, which turned on. All right. He leaned out. Think he can make a coffee table about this high? And ask Grimm to get me my favorite drink? He knows what it is. She did as he requested, and then watched him fold his long body out, putting his feet on the table, rocking back against the couch beside her with a beer in his hand. Let's see some old school Arnold. They watched the movie, which was ridiculous, but no more so than other movies she'd watched at his request, and it was entertaining to see the monsters on the screen. His shoulder was next to hers, and it brushed her as he leaned in. That kind of looks like your buddy in the box, he said, after the monster in the movie unhinged its face. She resisted the urge to sidle up against him, but only barely. It does, she agreed. I'll have to tell him when he wakes up next. Which won't be for years, right? He sounded concerned. I'm not entirely sure. I think being on Earth may be affecting him. He's brooding over eggs. He's brooding? Not a lady space spider friend? She looked up at him. Of course. If you want your inheritable traits passed on, then you should be the one in charge of making sure that happens. I am learning more and more about the realms by the moment. Austin made a thoughtful sound and nodded sagely. Do me a favor and don't tell Jameson that, though. I won't, she promised. Also, he likes chocolate. I gave the rest of that bag of Whoppers to him. Austin blew air through his pursed lips. In that case, we'll have to buy him more. They watched the movie in contented silence for a little while, and she'd had Leica make her another package of Twizzlers. Then he asked her, Hey, Wings? Yeah? How do you do this, where you're from? She looked over at him, sure she wouldn't miss some crucial piece of action on the screen. She knew what he was asking. Depends on who you are and your station. I'm sure common people do whatever they like. But in general, you have your servants talk to their servants to arrange a meeting. Some people send letters of intent. Letters of intent, you say? Austin asked, laughing lightly. She grinned at him. It's no different from using the internet now, I think. I mean, I guess it depends on what your aims are. She tucked her feet up on the couch with her. Damien had it a lot easier when he was back home. Not as many guards followed him, and the women he was with were all aware on some level that they were being used. Much in the same way they themselves hoped to use him, to gain power or status or accrue future favors. Austin looked momentarily confused. So, nobody in the realms gets together just for fun? Ryana thought and shrugged. Common people? Maybe. Not when you're a prince. He looked at her meaningfully. Or a princess, she added. So I'm common, eh? He teased her and smiled. You did say you were easy. Your words, not mine. She found herself smiling back without meaning to. She tilted her head at him. So, on Earth, what would be next? Austin's lips pulled to the side. You have no idea how badly I'm tempted to lie to you. I would know. Would she, though? Her stomach roiled as she frowned. I'm kidding, he said, and she felt immense relief. What happens next most times is that I wrap my arm around you, and maybe you lean in. Right here. He said, holding his arm up and indicating that she could duck beneath it. And that's it? She asked. Yeah. Then we watch the rest of the movie.
And there's like 3 after this one, although we'll skip the really shitty alien crossover one if you don't mind.
Ryana looked up at him. His face was open to her. Well, not as open as the monsters on the screen, but she felt sure she could read his intent. He wanted her to trust him. Wasn't that what everyone who wanted something from you wanted? But she'd picked him for a reason, because he was disposable. He was common, and he knew it. He didn't have any delusions of grandeur. Not like Andy, whom she'd somewhat disliked, until she found out that Damien had given her Princess as a nickname, and not, as Ryana had assumed, that she'd taken it.
Or not, Austin said, and gave her a bemused look. Which is fine. We're still not watching the one with the space pyramids, though. It's too embarrassing for everyone involved.
He moved to put his arm down, and she caught it, scooting closer, pulling it over her head to rest between her neck and the back of the couch. She arranged herself against him, rather like a cat, nestling her face against his clavicle. From here, she could smell him. He smelled like being outdoors, with a faint hint of something darker, something wild, like a musk. She leaned even closer to him and inhaled, and both heard and felt him laughing. "You smell like an animal."
"Strange," he told her. "I guess I am one."
He didn't take his eyes off the screen, but she could see the corner of his lips curl up, and he stroked a short line down her shoulder with his thumb. Beneath the safety of her long-sleeved sweater, her skin broke out in goose flesh. Chapter 14. The movie became much more tolerable when she was lying against Austin's side. She could feel the soft rise and fall of his chest as he breathed, and imagine that she could hear the beating of his heart. She knew if she closed her eyes and tried hard enough to summon that side of her which was dragon, she might actually be able to. But for him, what was he getting out of it? He continued to brush her shoulder with his thumb. Was that one point of contact all he craved?
"I like this," he said, as if answering her thoughts. "How are you? Still green?"
She frowned a little, then remembered that he'd warned her he'd check in. She nodded against him and heard him rumble, pleased. This entire moment here, with him, was nice, which felt untrustworthy. She looked up at him. "Why aren't you angry with me?"
"For what?" he asked, tilting his head.
"For this," she said. She moved sideways, dislodging his hand. "For everything." He gave her one of the looks he so often did, like she was a surprisingly locked door.
"We made a decision to try this, Ryana. So I'm doing as you've asked me to the best of my ability."
"But why?" she pressed.
"Why? Aren't I busy trying to put moves on you or tear your clothes off?"
His eyebrows arched up as he chuckled deeply. "No. Why are you being kind to me?" she demanded before she could stop herself. Better to hear his lies and free herself now than any of the alternatives. She watched him inhale, slowly, and his blue eyes became more intense.
"Because you deserve someone who can be," he explained slowly. "I've played games before, Ryana. I know how to rile a woman up and how to stop one cold. But I don't want to do any of that with you. If I'm going to be your first time and all, I want to..."
It took a moment for her to fully register the words, but the second she did, she pushed off of him with both hands and stared at him openly as her stomach fell. He read her expression quickly and inhaled.
"Oh no, I thought..."
"You thought," she snarled, yanking her hands away from him like he was on fire. Suddenly everything fell into place. Why he'd been fighting her so hard, and why he'd wound up giving in. Their past few interactions had all been based on lies. She'd been played for a fool. Again. "What?" she challenged him, her voice rising. "That no one else would want me?"
"Ryana," he said, his voice low, "that is unfair."
She started shaking her head in disagreement. "No. What's unfair is you trying to be nice to me, thinking you're gaining access to some priceless treasure. I've seen enough of your media here on Earth. I know how much emphasis people here put on their virginity. And you think you're going to be the one? She mocked, before rearing back to the other side of the couch. That's all you want from me? He paused on his side of the couch, breathing hard and looking wounded, and then surged over after her, surprising her utterly. She squeaked and rolled back as he held himself above her, straddling her thighs. Technically, this whole couch is green, Wings, he warned her. What, so now that you know you're not my first, you think I'll be your whore? She hissed. Ryana, he snapped, close enough she could feel his breath on her cheek. If anyone here on this couch is a whore, it's me, all right? And I actually have some friends who are whores. You shouldn't talk bad about them. Life is hard and money's nice. She squirmed for the couch's edge, and he blocked her in with his elbow. Listen, and I'll let you go. She fought against him, and while he wasn't much stronger than she was, he was much, much faster. I should have Leica kill you. If you were going to, I'd already be dead, he growled. It was true. She could have snapped her fingers at any time. It was all the bird was waiting for. Fine. Talk, she demanded, then looked away. One of his hands sank behind her head to take a fistful of her hair and make her look up at him as he spoke. I don't care who or what you've slept with in the past or how many times, he said, and she snorted. All I care about is now. He let go of her and used the cushion by her head to press up. I'm trying to do right by you. I don't know why you can't see that. Jesus. He stared down at her and swallowed. He was hard, she knew, because she could very well see it through his jeans. And then he dismounted the couch and her in one smooth, athletic motion to stand. When and if you make up your mind, you know where to find me, he said, and walked out.
Austin stalked down the hall to his own quarters, the green path Ryana had created for him evaporating as he did so. He should have known better than to even try. He'd been in enough hopeless situations before. He knew exactly what it felt like when there was no way to win. He'd been too busy listening to his dick to hear his gut when it chimed in. But it was there now, loud and clear, saying he shouldn't have bothered and he knew it would end like this all along. After his and Zach's pack was murdered when they were kids, and their mother went on her vengeance kick, their lives were fucking hard. But he'd been smart, and even then he'd paid attention. Because he'd wanted to be normal. So he'd spent so much of his childhood watching, figuring out exactly what that was like. Only to realize somewhere in middle school that he'd never have it. He could pretend, sure. Even now he could put on a suit and play along, not as well as Zach could, but he knew that was why Zach was good at it. Because they'd been in the same boat. But unlike Zach, he knew he'd never win. Not in the places where other people thought it mattered. Sure, he could beat the hell out of people, and sure, he could save lives. At the time, he'd thought Damien was an idiot for forcing him to go through paramedic school, although he didn't complain about going to school on the Dragon's dime. But of course, Ryana could see through all that. To the real him. The part that really was just an animal. Only after one thing. Perhaps because, up until her, he had been. But had he really been all his life? Or had his existence just been one big self-fulfilling prophecy, where people had assumed the worst about him and so he'd given it to them? Because he was always that kid on the outside, moving from place to place, school to school. The one everyone knew didn't fit in. That everyone thought it'd be a fucking great idea to beat up until he proved them wrong. He shook himself like he was shaking away a fly and slammed the door to his room behind him. Don't fuck with me tonight, Grim. I am in no mood, he announced, and pulled on clothes that wouldn't smell like Ryana to go out in. Austin wound up at his second favorite bar again because it was closest. And once again, Dominic was there. The rhino shifter had procured himself a booth seat along one wall, and Missy was talking animatedly to him. sitting on his lap, her arms slung around his thick neck. On spotting Austin, Dominic waved him over, as did Missy. He could hardly ignore the both of them, although he dearly wished he'd already had a buzz on to deal with this nonsense. He sat across from Dominic, as the other shifter pushed Missy off. "Go, dear. Men are talking." Missy blinked at this, and looked to Austin to take some sort of affront on her behalf. Finding none forthcoming, she sat up and bolted as Dominic waved a waitress over. "Are there not any English-style pubs open this late?" Austin asked, slightly more relaxed now that he knew he wouldn't have to have a fight. "Not with werewolves I want to talk to in 'em," Dominic said, placing an order for the both of them. "Make that a double," Austin said before the waitress could get away, as Dominic shot him a look. "Tonight, I am going to drink a lot," he explained, "but you're welcome to join me, especially if you keep women away." "Bird trouble?" Dominic asked with a laugh. "No, because Ryana was, and would never be, his girl. I just don't want to deal with any bullshit right now is all." "Which is why you don't give anyone your phone number, eh?" Austin frowned as the drinks arrived. Dominic really had been looking for him. "I'm more of a word-of-mouth operation," Austin said. "So I hear," Dominic said with a snort. "But now that you're here, I have a business proposition. It's a money is no object kind of thing." Austin knocked the first glass of whiskey back and then laughed. "Which usually means that whoever hires you doesn't care if you live or die." "It's this kind of perspicaciousness that I've missed in conversation lately, Austin," Dominic said and grinned. "Too bad for you, I'm still generally interested in life, and I get paid just fine, Dom, as you know." "I do, which is why I'm not just cutting you in on cash. I'm cutting you in on a challenge." Austin swirled the whiskey in the second glass, his gut telling him he could use a distraction and that listening wouldn't hurt. "Go on." "Some men from the realms are looking for something of value on our Earth and they need local help." Austin steeled himself to look vaguely disinterested the second Dominic said the word realms. "Yeah, I don't need the money again, and anything involving other realms is trouble." Dominic sighed dramatically like an actor might, with a wrist up to his forehead. "And to think, all this time Melissa's been telling me that you were fun." "Did they say what it was?" Austin asked, pretending to be nonchalant. The heart of the dragon, the physical object that embodied Damien's curse, was somewhere in their castle, where Mills performed experiments on it periodically, trying to break Damien free. If people were after it, Damien would want to know. "What? I should tell you what it is, and then you go and snake it out from under me." "You greatly overestimate my free time," Austin told him, setting into his second drink. Dominic grinned, showing a line of straight white teeth. "Honestly, the people who've hired me, they're quite coy. They haven't told me what it is, yet could be a person for all I know, or how to find it. But it sounds interesting, maybe even fun, which is why you should give me your phone number, in case watching an old man sleep gets boring and you change your mind." "Fine," Austin snorted, pulling out his phone. He was texting his number to the other shifter when it both alarmed and buzzed, and he saw a text from Mills come in. A rift had opened, and it was all hands on deck immediately. Austin looked up and saw Dominic considering him. "The old man woke up. Gotta go," Austin said with a shrug, standing and finishing his text. Dominic's phone buzzed with Austin's number, and Austin told him, "If you give that out to a girl, I'll kill you." "I'd like to see you try," Dominic said with a rich chuckle as Austin ducked out the door. He jogged down the block and saw the cherry of a lit cigarette near Betsy. No, from inside, As he neared, he could scent lavender twining with cigarette smoke, and found Missy sitting in Betsy's driver's seat. She climbed in because the top was off. "Missy, get out," Austin growled, opening up the door. He didn't have time to play games. He was going to have to meet the others as it was. Now. She clung to the steering wheel defiantly. "No! You owe me for ditching me." "I did not ditch you. I stopped you from making a bad decision." Austin's phone buzzed again. "But I really need to fucking go, so get out of my car." "Make me," she said. Austin lunged in and grabbed her, picking her up and putting her down outside his vehicle, as she tried to punch him with her free hand and kicked at him ineffectually. "Go back to Dominic. His lap is empty," he said, releasing her. "I don't want him. I want you," she said, throwing her cigarette down and stomping it out. "There's not an us, Melissa. I'm not with anyone, and I never will be." He got into his car and yanked the door shut behind him. He'd meant to sound dramatic, but as soon as the words left his mouth, they felt depressingly true. He turned Betsy's engine over, and because the top was off, he could easily hear Missy shout, "Because you're an asshole," after him as he drove off. Austin didn't recognize the address Jameson had sent him. It was just outside the city. He stepped on the gas, and he texted Zach to say he'd meet them there. Zach was too busy to text back, so he didn't know what he was heading into. He just hoped they'd had the wisdom to call Damien if the dragon shifter was needed. He pulled over where his map told him to, into the serpentine parking lot of an outlet mall, wrapping around assorted buildings. He had no idea which one of the rest of his friends were inside, but he knew he was in the right place because he could see the tour bus and Max's truck. He cut his headlights and cruised down the first empty block of shops to do 2 sharp lefts and turn into a U-shaped cul-de-sac where everyone, Max, Ryana, Jameson, and Zach, were standing guard in the middle of the asphalt while Mills repaired a rift, and he saw movement on his right. Something dark was darting between shops and making its way towards his friends. He saw Zach and Ryana turn and knew they'd be the first in danger. He whipped his brights on to blind the intruders, changed gears, and hit the gas. Betsy launched over the curb, aimed straight for the 2 stark outlines of armored warriors now casting massive shadows on the wall of the store behind them. One of the warriors jumped in time, but the other didn't. Austin bailed out of the Jeep right before impact, and even with the crunch of the metal, he could hear the sickening sound of flesh tearing wetly. Austin landed ungracefully and rolled, and then came up to race after the warrior he hadn't hit, but Zach was already pumping rounds into the man. "Stop! Stop!" Ryana shouted at both of them. "Why?" Zach growled, saving Austin the trouble of questioning her as both werewolves stalked to the downed fighter's side. It was another one of the Kagaroth. Austin figured as much with his headlights, but this time he wanted to see the body for himself. "Because I need to ask him questions," she said, coming up beside them, kneeling down. "One encounter might have been an accident, but 2 times shows intent." She was working on the buckles to the man's armor. "How are they causing rifts, and why?" she asked, yanking the helmet off the man on the ground. But it was clear he was already dead. Zach had shot him too many times. Leica took off from her station around Ryana's neck to fly toward Betsy, and Austin watched Ryana rise from her knees to run for his car. "Princess!" Max shouted after her, chasing her quickly, and Austin followed. Betsy had trapped the Kagaroth against the wall but hadn't killed him, although from the scent of blood hanging in the air, Austin suspected the man was bleeding out. Ryana held up her hand, and her magic illuminated the area around them, letting Austin see just what he'd done to his poor car, and the much, much worse-off man pressed just above the level of his hips to the brick wall in front of it. Ryana went for the injured warrior without hesitation. "It's not safe!" Max shouted, pulling her back. She shrugged him away. "You know how they are. I have to talk to him fast." She grabbed the man's free arm, pinning it against the brick wall behind him, and blocked their view of him as she pried this one's helmet off too. Austin came up to her side without thinking. He didn't care if she was still pissed at him or how helpless the warrior currently seemed. And so he was able to see the man's reaction as Ryana levered his helmet off, dropping it to the ground. The dying fighter definitely recognized Ryana. And then he said rough things, shouting at her with flecks of blood in his spittle, getting it on her face. Austin had no idea what the Kagoroth was saying, but he could see the effect it was having on Ryana. Even as she fought back, repeatedly asking questions, he could tell by her inflection. The fighter continued to, curse at her? Austin gave Max a glance, knowing that the bear shifter also spoke the tongue, and found him much paler than normal, which was saying something because Max's skin was so light already it was almost see-through. Ryana said something back, pleading almost, which the fighter ignored to spew more invective. "That's enough of that," Austin said, stepping forward, grabbing hold of the Kagoroth's throat, ready to tear it out. "May I?" he asked Ryana. "It doesn't matter now," she said, as Austin felt the Kagoroth sag forward into his hand. She peeled back a portion of the man's armor to reveal what looked like a needle. "He'd already done it himself by the time I got here." "He could have used that needle on you, Ryana," Max said, his voice grave. She inhaled to fight him on this point and then laughed ruefully. "I was going to say he would never, but my old weapons master, yes, you are right." Chapter 15. Their group reconvened underneath a streetlight to discuss what to do. "First off, we need to call Damien," Mill said. She was leaning on Jameson. Closing rifts always tired her. "No," Ryana said. "You said it yourself, Ryana. One attack might be an accident, but two's an incursion," Zach said. "We can't. We don't need him," she said. And Austin watched her shake her head and not stop as she went on. "This is just a small, rogue group, a handful. We've probably already killed half of them," she said, looking to Max for backup. The bear shifter's color had not gotten better in the meantime, but he considered Ryana and then sighed. "I agree with Ryana. So far, we are fine." "So far, they're opening up rifts to play peekaboo. What happens when they send more men or monsters?" Zach pressed. "We'll deal with it then," Ryana said definitively. "Not now. My brother deserves a vacation." This version of Ryana was a lot different from the one who'd been pleading with him to not even fight imaginary Kagoroth earlier in the day. "What did they tell you?" Austin asked. "Nothing useful. Just a lot of curses and nonsense." He watched the muscles of her jaw tighten, and she wouldn't look his direction. "Well, whatever we decide to do, we don't need to do it here," Jameson said, returning his attention to them. "I've wiped all the security cameras and put in a stolen vehicle report with the police on Betsy 3 hours ago, which'll explain why she's here. Someone was out joyriding into the wall." Austin grunted. "And what about the bodies?" "Into the trunk with them this time for sure," Max said. "In that case," Austin said, looking around the group, "you all go ahead. Max and I will catch up." Austin and Max shouldered the jeep off the wall to retrieve the Kagoroth's body. The leather, he guessed, although because it was from the realms he knew he could be wrong, armor it was wrapped in was hard, and unforgiving. He scanned around with the flashlight from his phone afterwards. Most of the blood he'd scented seemed to have disappeared, which was good from a forensic standpoint, but fucking odd. "Where'd it go?" he asked Max. "Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to," Max said, picking up the Kagaroth's legs so that he and Austin could sling it into the waiting truck's bed. "Why do I get the feeling you're talking about more than a few bloodstains?" "Because you volunteered to stay behind for cleanup." "I do cleanup duty all the time, Max. That's unfair," Austin said, dusting his hands on his legs. The surrounding area was back to normal now. No rift with strange light pouring through, and no more armored bodies. He ran back to the Jeep, gave it a final, affectionate pat. "Sorry, Betsy, but thanks." Then he returned to Max's truck to pull himself into the cab. "So, about whatever that thing said to Ryana," he began, buckling his seatbelt. "I knew it," Max muttered. "It's not my story to tell, Austin." Austin considered this. "That may be true, but surely you can tell me more about the Kagaroth. Now that we've seen them twice, it seems important." Max tilted his head at Austin. And Austin knew, were it not for the bear shifter's omnipresent goggles, Max would be giving him side-eye. "They're rabid warriors, supposed to be loyal only to the throne." "But," Austin prompted, "this group isn't. Ryana said they're rogue. She knows them better than I do." The bear shifter's lips narrowed. "Come on, Max," Austin said. Maximilian shook his head. "Sorry, Austin, I only have the princess's best interests at heart." "What I say next is going to surprise the hell out of both of us. But hey, Max," Austin said, waving a hand in front of Max's goggles, forcing the other man to look over. "Me too." Max returned his gaze to the road to consider this while ringing the steering wheel. "If you hurt her, Austin, I will take the forgetting fire and erase your entire life's memories from you, right down to the day you were born." "I promise I won't." The second the words left his mouth, he knew they were true. Ryana could hurt him, for sure. She could scrape his heart out of his chest with a bottle cap, and he'd fucking let her before he hurt her in return. Max pulled his truck onto the highway. "It was clear she and this group of Kagaroth have some sort of history." "Well, yeah, if they were royal guards. She already told me about that." "Sounds like the things stalked her growing up." "No, I mean history of a personal nature, which by the rules of the palace is strictly forbidden. The Kagaroth are neither supposed to take off their helmets nor talk while on palace grounds unless it's an absolute emergency, which would make having a relationship with one rather difficult." Max's voice drifted as Austin's stomach clenched. "And yet," Austin asked him, "that guard knew of Ryana. They were quite insulting to her personal honor, let's say, without going into particulars." Austin twisted so he could see into the rear of the truck's cab, where Max's traveling brazier of forgetting fire was kept, along with the two Kagaroth's bodies, and he wished he knew some resurrection spell so he could kill the men a second time.
The only thing Ryana could think on the way home, staring out the SUV's window, was, may Elif's bright light shine down on Max for playing along. Because Mills was right, they absolutely should call Damien, which would not only ruin his much-deserved vacation, but also, most likely, his entire impression of her. "Welcome back, older brother. You may be wondering why we asked you home so quickly. Well, it's because my old honor guard has decided to reappear, and all their members know that I was an easily played lovesick fool and an embarrassment to the throne, And guess what? On top of that, they bet amongst themselves on how long it'd take me to fall for Baron. And because I fell in love so quickly, this elite group's decided that I'm an idiotic whore. Their words, not mine. So how was Italy? What'd you bring me? She could taste the acid at the back of her throat and swallowed it down. And when the SUV parked, she was the first out of it and first back inside the castle. She'd let the others call Damien once her experiments were finished in 2 or 3 days. She just needed one thing to prove her worth to them. She was getting close to replicating her old formula, she knew it. If only the Kagarath would give her a little bit more time. How dare they infect not only her dreams, but her current reality? She was half-dressed in her work clothes, with only her helmet left to pull on, when there was a rap on her door and a muffled voice saying, "Yo, Wings!" from the other side. Austin. Her shoulders sank, and not just from the weight of the blast apron she'd just slung over her shoulders. "The door is red!" she shouted, loud enough for him to hear. "Fuck what color the door is," she heard him mutter as she came near. "I'm checking up on you as a friend. We don't need to play games," he said, much louder. "Open up, Wings. I'm not going away until you do." Ryana sighed and pulled the door open without saying anything. Austin stood straighter in her presence, looking down, and it felt like he could see all her flaws and imperfections. The outside of her was beautiful, she knew, but the inside, not so much. "I'm only going to ask this once," he told her, "but I need you to be honest with me. Is there someone out there I need to kill?" Ryana swallowed and looked away. This whole thing would be a lot more impressive if he didn't smell like some other woman. But he had told her that he was a whore himself mere hours ago, so maybe they had that in common, if he asked the Kagarath. "Perhaps I should be asking you the same thing. I don't think Betsy favored lavender perfume before her untimely demise." She watched his eyes roll back and heard him groan. "You know I went out earlier." "In search of a more compliant woman?" she snarked. He laughed, for real, without a drop of irony, and she was taken aback for a second before regaining her composure. "Just because I am easy doesn't mean I'm only interested in easy," he told her. "Yes, well, as you can see, I'm just fine." Ryana gestured at herself with one hand and went to close the door. He blocked her from doing so with his boot. "I don't believe you." She fought the impulse to just have Laika bite his foot off. "Why not?" "Because it's like there's 2 of you, Ryana. There's the one that you project into the world, and then the one underneath that I can barely see. This one," he said, making the same gesture at her as she just had, "says she's all right, sure, but I don't trust her for shit. So let me talk to the other one, the one she's hiding. I know that she'll be honest with me." He tilted his head, looking down at her. "Take off the armor and tell me you're actually okay. And my offer to go and kill whoever hurt you still stands. I'll even let you watch if you want." She looked down at the blast shield that was covering her up. "I need this armor for my experiments." "We both know that's not what I meant." She would have crossed her arms, only with her heavy gear on, she couldn't. "It's charming that you think I haven't killed them already myself." She shrugged again and looked away. "I achieved revenge, and it didn't change anything, because it came too late. And the person that you're looking for inside me, she's not there. I lost her." He reached out and lifted her chin up, making her look up at him. "I refuse to believe that." "I don't care what you believe. You don't actually know me, Austin." She stuttered out a harsh laugh and took a step nearer him. "How can you trust me when I can't trust myself?" "I don't know, Wings. I just do." His dark blue eyes, the color of the sky just before dawn, stared down at her. The look he gave her then made her stomach feel like that one time that Damien had taken her flying. Like she wasn't sure if she should shriek in delight or throw up. Her hands clenched into fists. Enough with these games. "Stop being so nice to me! I hate it!" "Fine," he said. "How do you want me to be instead, Ryana?" His voice was preternaturally calm as he stepped up to her now, staring her down, boxing her in against the door behind her. She moved to shove him back and found his chest was like a warm wall of steel. She looked down at this point of contact between them. I may smell like an animal, and I may turn into an animal, but I am not an animal, he growled, taking a step back, leaving her hands empty, like the rest of her. And suddenly the thought of being alone became slightly worse than dealing with his presence. Kiss me, or else, she demanded. His eyes narrowed, but the corners of his lips quirked up. Or else what? If you don't, I will hate you even more. Well, we can't have that, can we? He said, coming back into shoving range. He bent his head to meet hers, and she rose slightly up. Their lips pressed together, and his opened, his tongue asking hers for entrance, sweeping across the line of her lips, and she let him in. The chorus of cells that made up any smart part of her sang that it was such a bad idea. If they let him near, they would get hurt, that there was no good way for this to end. But his body covered hers against the door behind her like a blanket, momentarily quenching the fire of her fears. He held her face in his hands, and he was tasting her, slowly, deliberately. Each time he pushed his tongue in, it made her shiver, and each time he pulled it out, she followed with her own, tasting him back. And that was all he did. His hands didn't roam. It felt like he was learning her, and by the time he broke their kiss and pulled up, she was sure he could have drawn a map of her mouth with his tongue. Green? He asked her. She knocked the door behind her with an open palm and changed its color to match her eyes. She felt his laugh more than heard it. He was so close. How do I know if you're for real? She whispered. He bent down and ran his nose along hers. Because I'm going to somehow go back to my room without you right now. You could just be luring me into a false sense of security. She didn't finish the rest of the sentence the way she wanted to. So we should just sleep together now. I could, he admitted, still so near. She was glad for the blast apron's protection, so he wouldn't see her flush or her nipples tighten. So don't be with me till you're sure, he said, finally standing up. Let me know when you're green next, Wings. Don't make me haunt your door. She nodded as he took a step back out into the hall. I'm sorry about Betsy, by the way, she called after him. Me too, he admitted. But keeping you safe was worth it. Chapter 16. More than ever, Ryana wanted her experiments to work. She tried to tell herself it was because she wanted protection against the Kagaroth's plans, but a deep-down part of her knew it was because she wanted to see Austin again, even as everything sensible inside of her counseled against it. But on the second day of her experiments, he put a letter underneath her door. She found it when she woke up, just wearing the slip that she had slept in. The envelope said, "Letter," in strong handwriting on the front, and inside was a folded-up piece of paper that said, "Of intent. Austin." It was so ridiculous she had to laugh. She folded it up and put it inside of her notebook. What do you think about him, Leica? She asked on the third day. Setting the potion she prayed to Elof was in its final stages in a device that would keep it gently spinning round so its contents wouldn't solidify. She'd already finished changing into normal clothes after her shower, a somewhat slinky burgundy dress, ruched on one side, with low-heeled sandals, and was about to go find Austin. In her heart of hearts, she knew it was probably too late for a check-in. Her guardian changed into a sizable red parrot and took its place on her shoulder. My only desire is to see you safe and happy, the bird told her, which she knew was Leica's way of withholding judgment on the man. I know, Ryana told her. Leica nuzzled her little feathered head against her temple as Ryana opened the door. It didn't take her long to find Austin after that. He was in the castle's grand foyer, looking at his phone, wearing jeans, his boots, and some kind of plaid flannel, and he had a worn brown satchel strung over one shoulder. He looked up on hearing her, and his face lit up with an open smile as he stood. It was so much better seeing men who didn't wear helmets. "Green," she announced, smiling back at him.
"You have impeccable timing, Wings. I was just about to catch a ride out, looking for Betsy's replacement. Want to come with me?"
Out in public with Austin in the daytime? Sure. He offered her his hand instead of his arm, and she took it. They walked together outside the castle's last set of gates. "And you're sure they're not going to mind Leica?"
"Nah, as long as she behaves," he said, giving the bird a mock glare.
Leica rustled her feathers in response and squawked, and Austin chuckled. Their ride arrived, and Austin led with enough cash to keep the driver calm, while holding the back door open for Ryana.
"Leica's much nicer than Grim."
"You just haven't pissed her off yet," Ryana said, getting in. The driver, a girl not much younger than Ryana, wanted to know all about her bird, and also where Ryana had gotten her dress, and it was nice being the one asked questions for once, especially because Austin had retaken hold of her hand. His fingers laced with hers, and he'd brought both their hands to the outside of his thigh, and his thumbs stroked hers up and down. Just that small amount of friction sent little thrills up and down her spine. It felt right, just like being with him did. She watched him laugh quietly the next time she had to lie to their driver, and she caught him giving her a secret smile, the kind of smile she felt the need to draw, so it would be hers forever. And then he told the driver to change their destination to someplace called a car dealership, named after someone named Bentley. The people there also had questions about Leica, asked much more rudely, though, and seemed to not want to talk to them until Austin had produced some sort of black card from his wallet, after which everyone was obsequiously polite.
"So, as I was saying,"
the man explaining the vehicle went on, cornering Austin, who shook his head.
"Talk to the girl. It's going to be hers."
"What?" Ryana said, looking up from the car she was peering into. "I thought we were replacing Betsy."
"So did I, but this seemed much more fun," Austin said, grinning at her.
"I still don't know how to drive, Austin," she reminded him. Ryana watched the man who worked for Mr. Bentley blink and swallow. "You are going to teach her how to drive? On a Bentley?" he said in a small, high voice, possibly meant only for himself. Austin gave the man a wolfish smile.
"Yeah, make it an automatic. We'll start there."
Half an hour later, they were out on the road in a candy-red convertible with the top down. She'd wound her hair up into a bun and Leica was acting as a hairpin again, and Austin was driving them outside of town. "Are we going to the forest?" she shouted over the wind, feeling exuberant. She'd have Leica make her different shoes if so.
"No! Now we're killing time!" Austin shouted back.
"Why?" she asked, although she was sure he wouldn't answer.
"You'll see."
She squirmed impatiently. "I'm not sure I like that phrase."
"It's good for surprises."
"I know." Back in the realms, if someone had told her "you'll see," she would have assumed she was about to be assassinated. No one liked surprises there, least of all royalty. Maybe that was another point in Earth's favor. Austin slowed the car down and took a side road. "This seems like another forest," she told him. "I'm not complaining, though. I like forests."
"Stop guessing. You'll take all the fun out of it,"
he laughed. And then the road they were on dead-ended into a magnificent view of the city below. He stopped the car, got out, and came around for her door, and then they both walked up to the edge where someone had left a large woven basket. She leaned over the metal railing to see better, and felt his hand catch at the back of her dress, just in case. "I have wings," she reminded him as he gently pulled her back.
"Damien said you couldn't fly?"
"I could glide a little bit. Plus, Leica."
"True,"
Austin said, letting go to kneel down and open up the basket at his feet, placing his satchel beside it. Inside the basket was a large checkered blanket, which he brought out and snapped open on the ground right in front of the car, before pulling other things out of the basket. Cold water, fruits, and cheese. "How did you do that?" she asked him, moving to sit by his side.
"I may not have magic, but I do have Instacart."
he said, smiling. Ryana smiled back. Is this place another wolf thing?
You could say that.
He bit into an apple and leaned back against the vehicle.
My brother and I used to live right over there.
He jerked his chin behind them. There wasn't much there, just a field of waist-high grass laced with wildflowers and a small grove of trees. All the way up here? She asked. It was beautiful, but desolate. Alone?
With my mother, when we were kids, in a barn not too far from here.
Ryana looked around at the waving grass and the butterflies dancing between flowers. No wonder you two are close then. My mother just tried to make Damien and me fight.
Did it work?
We both survived childhood, so no, Ryana said with a chuckle. There were times when it was touch and go, though. She popped another grape into her mouth and opened a water bottle. My mother almost beat him to death once because of me. She watched Austin's eyes widen in horror. Want to hear the story?
Of course.
Ryana kicked off her shoes so she could more comfortably sit with her legs tucked beside her. So, it took a while for Damien to find his dragon inside of him. But after he did, when we were kids, he used to change into it all the time. She closed her eyes for a moment, remembering her own jealousy. It had seemed so unfair that Damien was able to change into an entire dragon, when all she'd gotten from their shared father were her wings. But that was before either of them had understood that his dragon was a curse.
I can imagine, Austin prompted her,
and she opened her eyes to catch him grinning.
He's impulsive enough now. Teenage Damien must have been a real jerk.
Precisely, Ryana agreed. But actually, he wasn't a jerk that particular day, though there were plenty of others. I think we were fighting, although I can't remember what about. And then I wanted to see if I could fly. She shrugged her shoulders where her wings would be if she let them out. It seemed like a good idea at the time, and none of the Kagoroths stopped us, so we figured we were safe. She and her brother had gone up to the tallest portion of the palace together. Damien changed, and then as a dragon, he'd swooped her up. He flew me up, up, up. And then when I told him I was ready, he let me go. Ryana went still at the memory of trying to make her wings hold her, how the wind had caught against them, and how she'd flapped, but the most she could do was a semi-coordinated drift.
And he caught you, right?
Austin asked, sounding concerned, even though she was sharing distant history. Of course, she said, smiling. And then we did it again and again, just to be sure. And basically, all I can do is glide. One of Austin's eyebrows quirked up.
Where'd the beatings come in?
Ryana winced. Eventually, one of the guards must have gotten worried and told my mother. When we saw her on the roof, we knew we were both in trouble.
And?
He prompted. And Damien brought me back to the roof, changed back to human, and my mother just launched herself at him. Ryana remembered the moment vividly. She'd been so certain her mother was going to murder Damien. The only reason my mother didn't kill him was because our father intervened. As a dragon. I'm not sure the human version of him could have pulled her off. Austin's expression clouded at that, trying to understand.
Well, she was scared for you, right?
Only kind of. Ryana reached down to pluck at the checkered blanket beneath them, remembering. At the time, yes, I'm certain. But after that, and when I was older, I realized we'd been experimenting out in the open, where everyone could see.
Couldn't you magic up the ability to fly?
He asked, waving his hand in midair. No. I mean, I could, but it would take so much energy it wouldn't be worthwhile. But the part my mom was pissed about was that I'd basically announced to the entire countryside that I didn't have a dragon inside of me like Damien does. My mother thought it made me seem weak, and maybe she was right.
Weak is not ever a word I would use to describe you, Ryana,
Austin said. Ryana searched his eyes for a moment, with words on her tongue tip that she would never speak. That's odd, because sometimes I feel weak around you. Austin was oblivious of this as he polished off the rest of his apple.
Want to hear about the time my mom got the most mad at me?
Sure, Ryana said, wondering how on earth Austin's mother would begin to compare. He nodded and tossed the core of the apple over the edge of the railing.
It was right before we moved here, in fact. We were living in a little apartment in town, and it had a phone that we were supposed to use only for emergencies, and we were never, ever supposed to pick it up.
She watched him stare off into the distance.
Well, I decided to play hooky one day and stay home. Zach didn't, because Zach's a good kid, unlike yours truly. And while I was trying to make the most of it, eating all the cereal and watching TV, the phone started ringing.
A quietness descended on Austin then, a strange seriousness that was very unlike him.
It wouldn't stop. I mean, it would, but then it'd start up again. And this was an old school phone. You probably haven't seen one before, but trust me, they're loud. And there was no way I could do anything else I wanted to with it ringing in the background. So after listening to it for 2 or 3 hours, blasting the volume on our little TV to try to hear my cartoons over it, I gave up and answered the call.
Ryana had twisted toward him without thinking, sensing something ominous in the air. What then? Austin was still staring out at the view ahead of them.
I heard the sound of a man breathing. Then he said, "You're alone, aren't you?" to me, and hung up.
Oh no, Ryana breathed. He nodded subtly.
Yeah, I went and got every knife we had and barricaded myself in my closet. Then, just as I finished, my mother came home, calling for me. The school had finally called her, Zach had ratted me out, and I told her what happened. We packed up and left, picked up Zach, and we never went back. We lived in our car for 2 weeks. Then we moved up here, and didn't finish the end of that school year.
Ryana was genuinely unsure what to say. Austin, that sounds horrible. She watched him take a deep inhalation, leaving his memories behind and returning to her side.
In hindsight, it was, although it didn't feel like it at the time. We'd lost a lot of members of our pack to an enemy pack, Stella's, which is why I give her shit. And our mom spent a lot of time out doing things. Killing people, honestly, although she did her best to hide it from us.
He snorted.
It took us a while as adults, after she died, to piece everything together, because, as kids, you never get the whole story, right? Or you only get one side.
Ryana nodded and looked past him at the field that the butterflies were playing in. I can't believe we're sharing such dark stories under such bright sunlight. His gaze caught hers.
Sometimes dark stories are all you have, until you make new ones.
His hand came up for her chin, and she moved closer without thinking, knowing what he wanted and wanting it as well. Their lips met and opened, and he tasted lightly of the apple he'd been eating, and without the blast apron on, she was free to run her hands into his hair. His hands gently, hesitantly, found her hips, and as he pulled his head back, she already knew what he'd be asking. Green, she whispered, smiling at him, his presence eclipsing everything around her, except for the sound of 2 things. The buzzing of his phone, and a sound she hadn't heard in quite some time. A sharp intake of breath behind a helmet. Chapter 17. Ryana snapped her wings out without thinking, tearing her dress, and shielding Austin's back just in time as she felt a magical bolt hit her wing's leather.
"Ryana?"
Austin asked sharply as she hissed. "Laika, up," she commanded. Her hair fell down around her shoulders as her guardian flew free, spotting the Kagaroth shooting at her, squawking their location down. By then, Austin had his hands on the satchel he'd brought, pulled out a gun, and was grabbing her to haul her to the car's far side. "How many?" he asked her. "Laika says 4. Her wing ached. The reverberation of the magic blast was intense. "Are you okay?" he demanded, looking up at her. "I'll be fine." She didn't dare peek over the car, as the Kagaroth kept shooting more bolts. "Why are they here?"
"For you, obviously," Austin grunted. "Do they have to reload those things? Whatever it is they're shooting us with?"
Ryana thought fast. "They have to recharge them with magic. It's almost the same thing. It takes about 30 seconds.
"Will Laika know when that is? And can she tell me?" Ryana nodded. Okay then. You stay here. She and I will handle this. He crouched beside her, making ready to run on Laika's count, and she grabbed his arm. I need one of them alive, Austin. What? Why? For my experiments. Only if you can, but if you can, please. He grunted again. Laika squawked, and he lunged up, leaping over the hood of the car, racing over to where Laika darted, as she herself sized up into a much, much larger bird.
Austin was glad to have the red blur of Laika flying into the grove of trees beside him. He was angry, but Laika sounded pissed, and he heard her make contact with the first of the intruders, landing against one's chest, and then sizing up to take him down, pecking at the underside of the man's helmet with a sharp beak the size of a fist. Austin listened to the man's bones snap as he sank into the wolf inside himself. Breathing. Being. He knew this place well even after so many years. What else was out here that didn't belong? The winds brought him a scent he didn't recognize. He triangulated where it had come from and shot 3 rounds in that direction instinctively, then heard a man groan and fall. He sidled over to the sounds of harsh breathing, using trees for cover until he found the man face down. He kicked him over and, fuck. Their helmets made it hard to tell if they were still alive. But judging from where the bullets landed, he was going to guess he was successful. He heard Laika take off again and wheel behind him, then crow with triumph. He was guessing she was on round 2. Which left him with Kagaroth number 4, the one that Ryana needed alive. He paused, crouched, and felt magic blast his shoulder. His whole arm instantly went numb and he dropped his gun. He dove to hide behind the nearest tree, then peered out, spotting the oncoming Kagaroth easily. The man looked like a living shadow, which was strange beneath the sunlight. Austin watched the warrior walk up to his gun, surely wondering what had happened to him, and ran to slide out in front of it on leaf litter, to snatch with his left hand at the man's knee. He couldn't get the kneecap, what with the armor, but the warrior stumbled forward as Austin bounced up, shoving him down by his back, stepping on his hand and kicking his magical weapon away, trying to keep him alive for Ryana's sake, even as the numbness in his arm kept creeping higher. Then, Laika was there, the size of a St. Bernard clinging onto the back of the Kagaroth with both claws and beak as Ryana raced up. "You're brilliant!" she shouted. Even though Austin wasn't sure which one of them she meant, he was going to assume it was him. "Can you flip him over without letting him touch himself?" "That sounds naughty," Austin muttered. "They come equipped with poison," she reminded him, then watched him try to help Laika with concern. "Are you hurt?" "I got shot." He tried to shrug his arm and couldn't. Ryana looked between him and the Kagaroth like she couldn't make up her mind, and then decided. "It's going to get worse before it gets better, but you will be all right." Then she knelt down and started taking pieces of the Kagaroth's armor off, while Laika held 3 of the man's 4 limbs still with 2 clawed feet and her beak. And that was when the pain set in. "Oh, fuck," Austin hissed. It felt like his entire arm was coming back to life after having been asleep for centuries. "I know," Ryana said, not looking up from her task. "Incapacitators." "How do you know they weren't using live rounds?" "First off, because they wanted something, clearly. Secondly, because I still have a wing." He remembered the moment when she'd flared them out to protect him. He hadn't realized she'd taken a hit as well. "So you feel like this too?" he asked her, holding his arm, which was so numb it felt like it belonged to someone else in between streaks of excruciating agony. "On and off, yes. I'm concentrating, Austin, please." He realized she hadn't taken this Kagaroth's helmet off yet, although it was shouting invectives at her. And then she held a piece of armor up and laughed in triumph. "There," she said, separating a glass vial and some delivery device from the leather. "Now, he can't kill himself," she said. And Austin realized he hadn't asked her a vital question. "What do you want him alive for?" She moved to standing and snapped to Laika, who started to lift the Kagaroth into the air with strong sweeps of her wings. "I'll explain later, promise. But I've got to take him home now." She looked around, spotted the car, and nodded. "That's reflective enough. Laika, take him there." "Ryana," he warned, as Laika flew the thrashing man over to the Bentley's hood, and then dove into it, using its reflection to travel just as Damien might through a mirror or still water. "Don't worry, Austin. Laika's with me, and I've prepared for this. I'll be fine. See you later." She stepped onto the Bentley's bumper, and before he could stop her with his good arm, she jumped into the reflection to disappear as well. Austin ran up to peer through, but it was too late. The car hood only showed him his own image, as he realized he was alone with 3 dead bodies and an arm that felt like it was in a fire. "Fuck," he growled, then started picking up the cast-off armor. He was glad Ryana's new car was an automatic, because he couldn't have shifted with his right arm if he'd wanted to. He'd put the convertible's top up to hide the one body in the back seat that wouldn't fit into the trunk, and drove 5 miles under the speed limit, following all of the traffic laws precisely. Halfway to home, he realized they hadn't done a good job of checking for local rifts, but also that his phone hadn't buzzed again, like it would have if Mills had needed him. He pulled his phone out at a red light and swiped it on before he needed to use his good hand again, calling the witch quickly. Mills answered the very first ring. "Austin?" "Hey," he said. "Ryana and I were just attacked. We're fine, but there aren't any rifts open right now, are there?" He heard her conferring with Jameson before answering. "No." "All right, then." That meant that those Kagaroth had come over via an earlier rift, and had then been lying in wait for an opportunity. Runner-up question. Have you seen Ryana? She took a prisoner home via magic. Can you check on her? "Of course," Mills said. "Thanks. Call me back if I need to drive faster, eh?" he said, and hung up as the light went green. Before he turned his phone back off, though, he saw a text from Dominic, the one that had come in right when everything started. "Have a lead. Could still use your help." Yeah, Austin thought. Maybe I'll text you back when I can use my fucking arm. He parked the Bentley inside the garage at Damien's castle in Betsy's old spot, and found his brother leaning against his own vehicle, waiting and clearly angry. "First off," Zach began the second he got out of the car, "who the hell authorized you to buy a Bentley?" Austin gave his brother an "I don't want to hear about it" sigh. Ryana needed a new car. "She doesn't know how to drive, Austin." "I'll teach her," he said, walking around to open the door so his brother could see the body in the back before he also popped the trunk. "Oh, fuck," Zach said. "Yeah, and I'm going to need some help getting them out of there. It was hard enough getting them in with one arm." His right arm felt only slightly less excruciating than it had. The tingles had shifted into a million bees stinging him all at once feeling. "Are you okay?" his brother asked, suddenly brother-like again. Austin knew Zach always had his back, no matter how much they bickered. "Just got shot with magic is all. Ryana said it'd get better, so I'm sure it will. I called Mills to check on her. Mills didn't call back, so I guess she's all right." He hovered, torn between helping Zach and checking on her. "I'm going to," he began. "Go," Zach said, understanding and nodding quickly. "I've got this." Austin jogged for the castle's doors, across the cobblestone and past the dragon-headed fountain, ignoring how each jolt brought fresh pain to his arm. Once inside, he ran up the stairs to Ryana's room, where the door was closed and most definitively red. "Wings!" he shouted, pounding on the door with his good hand. "You all right?" He pressed his ear against the door, listening. "Ryana!" he shouted, pounding again. "I'm okay," she announced as she opened the door up. She was wearing her strange, protective gear again. "I've got him locked up and Laika's watching him." "Are you sure?" Austin said, looming, trying to look over her shoulder. "Yeah, I've been preparing for this for a while now." "Why didn't you say anything?" he asked her. "You'll see?" She gave him a tight smile. He groaned. You should only use that phrase for good surprises. "This might be if everything works out, but I've got to get back to it, Austin." She looked over her shoulder like she'd left the oven on, and Austin started shaking his head. "I don't like it. You, in there alone with that thing? Let me come help you," he said, putting his hand on the door and preparing to shove. She placed her gloved hands on his chest. "No," she told him. "Nothing personal, but I find you quite distracting. And this is high-intensity magic I'm doing, Wolf. I can't think the wrong thought or look away." He made a growling sound then without meaning to, the wolf in him acknowledging how little it liked this situation. She gave him a sympathetic smile. "I'll be all right, I promise. How's your arm?" "Hurts like a motherfucker," he admitted. She tilted her head adorably. "Someday, you're going to have to explain Earth curse words to me fully. But today is not that day," she said, gently shoving him back. "If you need anything," he began. "I know where to find you," she finished for him, and closed the door. Austin spent some time in the hall pacing after that, not sure what he should do. "Grim?" he asked aloud. And shortly after that, Damien's Siamese cat came drifting down the hall like it had better places to be. Austin knelt to get on its level. "Look, I don't like you, and you don't like me, and I'm okay with that." Grim sat on his haunches and rolled his crossed blue eyes. "What else is new? Laika's in there, and I'm sure she's got that shit on lock, but can you keep an eye on things too? I know Ryana's tough, but I can't let anything happen to her." Austin looked at the red door beside him, then refocused on the cat. "Anything," he re-emphasized. The cat got up and seemed to shrug, but afterwards, it walked through the door like it didn't exist, and Austin assumed it was keeping an eye on Ryana on the other side. Chapter 18. "So let me get this straight. You were out on a joyride after dropping $250,000 unauthorized dollars on a new car, and Kagaroth attacked you," Zach asked him, although honestly it was way more of a statement. "Pretty much," Austin agreed. Everyone else in the house, minus Ryana, Laika, and Grim, was in the conference room a few hours later. The assorted weapons that Zach had liberated from the Kagaroth, with Max's help, were in the center of the large table, along with a large metallic net, and Austin could actually use his arms now, though it still hurt occasionally. "But no rifts," Mill said, tapping a finger against her lips. "I'm assuming they came over with the others earlier. It's the only thing that makes sense," Austin told her. "Most likely, but that still leaves the question why." Because they want to get to Ryana, obviously. The only reason he wasn't inside her room right now and shadowing her every move was because he knew their house was rift-proof. Her not wanting him there ran a very distant runner-up. Why, though? Mills wondered aloud. She's in line for the throne, Austin said. Then why aren't they attacking Damien? Max asked. Technically, he's first in line. Austin rocked back. They seemed to have it out for her for some reason. It was as close as he would get to disclosing what Max had told him in confidence in the truck. Whatever it is, they want her alive, Jameson added, glancing meaningfully at the pile. Otherwise, you'd be dead, and... He let his voice drift, reaching out to finger the strange netting Zack had taken from one of the Kagaroth. It had unfolded to cover up half the table, and even Austin, with his mostly non-magical life beyond his innate wolfness, could tell that it radiated power. Can we assume that that's the last of them until there's another rift? Austin asked his friends. As much as I hate assuming anything, that would make sense, Max said. If they had a chance at capturing her, wouldn't they go all in? So, if she stays indoors until all this is sorted, she's safe? Zack prompted. Except for the fact that we may not be able to sort it until we know more, Jameson said with a frown. Well, she's got a prisoner in there. She's doing something, Austin muttered. I checked in with her on that. She seems to have it handled, and she'll let us know if she learns anything valuable, Mills said. Damien always says confessions under torture are suspect, Austin frowned. I don't believe she's torturing him, Mills said, like that was somehow better. Not yet, at least. The witch looked around the table. So, are we all right, for now? At least no one else looked particularly pleased with the situation, and Austin remembered Dominic's text on his phone. There's one more thing, he said. A friend of mine from back in the day wants to cut me in on a deal involving the realms. Says he's getting paid to search for something magical. I don't know if it's for the heart or what. Mills made a thoughtful noise. I don't like it. Me either, Max agreed. I've been avoiding him, but given our current circumstances, maybe I should learn what I can and just not get involved, Austin said. Avoiding trouble's not your strong suit, brother, Zack said. Austin shrugged. It's Dominic. We go way back. Zack grunted. Well, he's better than most. All right. I'll check it out and let you all know. He made to stand, but then gestured to Mills. Can I ask you something, alone? Sure, she said, giving him a generous smile. Austin waited until everyone else was gone and the doors were closed before turning to the witch. She knows what she's doing, Austin, Mills told him. Her magical floor-length hair was wound up in a casual bun, and she was wearing a black t-shirt that said necrophobic on it in a death metal font. This isn't about that. Well, not precisely. He slouched on the table in front of where she stood, so they were eye level with one another. I want you to cast that language spell on me. The reverse of the one that Damien and Ryana use. I want to understand speech from the realms. Mills blinked. Why? So I can understand what those fuckers are saying if they talk to each other in the field. I need to know. Mills's lips pursed. Really? Mostly, Austin said. Come on, Mills. I just want to make sure she's safe. The witch put her hands on her hips. I will only do this if you swear to me that you will tell her that I did it right away. I will, swear. Austin patted his chest twice right over his heart. So, zap me? Mills snorted and rolled her eyes. and then reached out to put her fingertips on Austin's temple. I hope you're not planning on going anywhere else this evening. Why? Because in about 30 seconds, you're going to have the world's worst headache, she said. Then she whispered something in a language Austin couldn't understand, and, "Oh, God," he whispered. It felt like someone had shoved an ice pick in through one ear and out the other side. I warned you, Mel said, taking her hands back. You did, he gritted out, holding onto the table for dear life. I'm sorry today has been so rough for you, Mills told him, gently patting his shoulder, which was still stinging, intermittently, although the time between stabbing bursts of pain was getting longer and longer. Austin's head hurt so bad he almost couldn't see straight. But between fighting Kagaroth and disposing of bodies one-handedly while his arm felt like it was in a volcano, and the chain-sawing sensation he had inside his brain right now, courtesy of Mills, he remembered the way Ryana had looked at him, sitting on the picnic blanket right before he kissed her. That one memory blotted out all the pain. Actually, he told the witch, squinting against the conference room's suddenly too bright light, it hadn't been that bad. There was no way he could go out with Dominic tonight, so he didn't bother texting the rhino shifter back. He took the stairs up to his room and walked by Ryana's out of longing, hope, habit, but the door flashed red. He didn't want to interrupt her. God forbid she ever needed to use any of that gear she wore. But he did lean against the door, trying to hear inside. If anything bad happened to her, surely Leica or Grimm would come get him. But his rooms were an entire floor away. What if she needed him more quickly? He took a step away from the door, and then a step back toward it, and slowly lowered himself down to the ground. His head was going to hurt no matter where he slept tonight, so he might as well sleep here, nearby, just in case. He pulled off his jacket, turned it into a pillow, lay down, and closed his eyes. The next day he woke up stiff, but his head had stopped hurting and his arm didn't hate him anymore. He rolled up to standing and shook himself loose before leaning down to pick up his coat. Ryana's door was still red, of course, but at least it was daytime. Although that didn't really change anything. Austin went up to his room to take a shower, and then down to the kitchen to grab food, and then he returned to his station outside Ryana's door. This time with a few pillows, a blanket, and a book. Are you camping? Zach asked him, coming by a few hours later. Austin answered without looking up, let the record show that I am 100% up for s'mores, but that Mills says I can't light things on fire inside. This is insane, brother, even for you. Look, I didn't judge you for sleeping with a Starry Sky pack member. At least not for very long. How is Stella these days anyways? One of Zach's eyebrows rose precipitously as Austin continued. All I'm saying is, stay out of my shit, and I'll stay out of yours. Damien won't be on vacation forever. Austin shrugged. I'll deal with that when the time comes. Now, can you move? He asked, pointing at the book in his lap. You're blocking my light. Zach snorted, but walked up to their shared floor. Not long after that, Austin stretched out to take a nap. The lights dimmed considerately, which he thought might have been a trick of his imagination. But then he woke up to a small plate of Grimalkin's favorite food, cheese. He had no illusions about Grimalkin changing his mind to like him, but they did have one thing in common. They both liked Ryana. Thanks, Grim, he said aloud, in case the magical cat could hear, and tucked in. Chapter 19. The sound of the red door behind him opening woke him from a semi-legitimate slumber late that night, and he found Ryana peering down. She was dressed in just a short, silky pink slip that did nothing to hide her curves, and from his location on the ground he could see up it just enough to note that her panties matched. "What are you doing?" she asked him, stepping back with surprise. "Being worried about you," he told her, sitting up quickly and pushing the hair out of his eyes. Grim came to sit by her feet and meowed something. "I'm sorry for not believing you," she told the cat. "Were you coming to make the door green?" Austin asked in hope. "No, I only have a few hours off. I was just going to get some sleep, but then Grim told Leica, who told me that you were stationed out here." She gave him a lopsided smile. "Go back to your own room and be comfortable, silly." "I'm totally fine right here." He made a show of fluffing his pillow. "Sleeping on hard surfaces is great for my back." "Uh-huh," Ryana said, crossing her arms. "Are you that convinced that I'll screw up?" "This has nothing to do with you and everything to do with me," he said, moving to sit across from her, putting his back against the hallway wall. "Is that right?" she asked, looking him up and down. "You're just fine hanging out here for as long as it takes?" He nodded. 3 or 4 weeks? She asked. He winced. "I might need to bring a gym up here if it's going to take that long. And also, I'll need a timeout in a week and a half for the full moon, but other than that, yeah, I'll be fine." He jerked his chin at the room beyond her open door. "You go do your thing, Wings. Don't worry about me." She stepped back into her dimly lit room with a headshake, hesitated, and then laughed softly. "If you swear to not ever come into my laboratory, no matter anything you hear, I suppose I can let you come inside." Austin stood, sweeping up the things he'd brought with him in an instant. "It's a deal." Ryana made room for him to pass, and then she knelt down to Grim's level, making her slip right up. If Austin hadn't already been holding a blanket in front of his lap, he would have needed to quickly readjust. "Grim, you know Leica's busy. Can you please make my errant werewolf friend here an actually comfortable bed for him to sleep in?" Grim closed his eyes and created a narrow twin bed for Austin, likely so he wouldn't get ideas, against Ryana's room's wall nearest the door, then disappeared. Austin put his things down beside the bed and sat down on it. "This is nice," he said, surprised as the bed gave under his weight. "Why wouldn't it be?" Ryana wondered. No reason. If the cheese Grim had set out for him this afternoon hadn't poisoned him, he wasn't going to question the cat's sudden turn toward generosity. He kicked off his boots and swung himself into the bed. "Is that what you wear to sleep?" Ryana asked him, heading over to her own bed and looking back. "No," he told her. "Leica could," she began to offer, sinking into her own bed and pulling up her sheets. "Usually I don't wear anything." He heard her make a little "oh" of surprise. "Good night, Ryana," he finished. "Good night, Wolf." Austin lay in his newly made bed, listening to the steady sound of Ryana's breathing. Everything in her rooms smelled like her, which he liked. And while normally being this close to a beautiful woman, much less Ryana, would have tormented him, he found he wanted her safe more than he needed any satisfaction. Physical things would come in time. He knew they would. He could be patient for that. But right now it was more important that she sleep restfully. He only wished that somehow, instead of her all the way across her room, she could be sleeping at his side. He imagined his arms around her, The way she'd felt leaning against him on the couch, one of his hands wound with hers like they'd been in the back seat of that car. Was it normal to want to protect someone this badly? Because it wasn't just keeping her safe from the Kagroth she had somewhere behind her laboratory's door. It was more than that. It had started to feel like a calling. And whenever he was near her, he wanted to stand at her side and somehow take all her pain away, all the hurt that he could see reflected sometimes, just inside her light green eyes, and make sure that no one ever injured her again. "Austin," she whispered, "are you still awake?" He thought about lying for her sake, but found he couldn't. "Yeah, Wings, I am," he whispered back, turning toward her bed in the dark. "I'm having a hard time sleeping." "Why?" he asked. He heard her inhale and knew that she was thinking. "I'm nervous that my experiment won't work. And then I'm nervous that it will." "Want to talk about it?" She seemed to consider this for a bit, then said, "No." He nodded, even though she couldn't see it. "But we can talk about other things, if you'd like." And even though he wanted to be strong, he was not a martyr. "Yeah, Wings," he answered, "of course. Anything." He heard her bed shift as she did. "Is it hard to learn how to drive a car?" He chuckled. "Not for you, it won't be. I'll teach you." "I'd like that," she said. And then a pregnant pause. "But then I'd owe you." "Is that so bad?" he asked. Before realizing in the realms, yeah, probably it was. "You can always teach me words like you promised, Wings." He hadn't gone through all that headache for nothing. And he remembered his promise to Mills to tell Ryana about the spell quickly. Nothing wrong with teasing her some, though, first. "What do you want to learn?" she asked him in the mostly dark, her voice light. "Anything you'll teach me." Ryana groaned, but she was exaggerating, he could tell. "Be more specific," she complained. "Okay, how about hello and goodbye?" She laughed melodiously, and then said the words in her realm's language. He heard her say them even as his mind translated them. And then he tried to say them back, his tongue tripping over the syllables. The magic didn't fix that part, it seemed. "Try again," she prompted, and he did. "Better. What else do you want to learn to say?" "That you're very beautiful." She snickered at that, and said something quickly to herself. "Such a silly wolf," he translated quickly. Before she said the words she meant for him. "You're very beautiful," he repeated to her in her own language. "Why, thank you," she said. "What else?" And even though he knew he shouldn't, and that he should let her rest, "I want to ask if I can kiss you again." She threw a pillow across the room at him. He caught it. "This is how you ask? Strange, I've never seen Damien throw things. Well, actually, I have." Ryana broke into peals of laughter at that. "Okay, fine," she said, then told him how to say it in her tongue. He repeated the phrase back to her, and then the room was quiet, like they were each holding their breath. "Can I?" he whispered to her, after far too long had passed. "Green," she whispered back.
You just listened to the first half of Wolf's Princess. Make sure that you go and listen to the second half of Wolf's Princess, which will also be on this playlist. If you're interested in hearing more about how Andy and Damien met, make sure to check out their books as well, which is Dragon Called, Dragon Destined, Dragon Fated, and Dragon Mated. And in addition to Wolf's Princess, you will be also able to find Dragon's Captive, which is another entire side story containing the story of Samantha, Andy's roommate, and Rax, the water dragon who's madly in love with her. This has been Wolf's Princess, written by Cassie Alexander and Carol Lockharte, and narrated by Matthew Holland and Bunny Warren.